Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, council. I'd like to call to order the Haslet City Council this Monday evening, September 15th, 2025 at 7 p.m. There is a quorum present. We'll go to item 2 is invocation and pledge of allegiance. Before I give the invocation, though, I've got to just say last week, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday were heavy days for me, and I think for everybody else in our country. And with the remembrance of 9/11, but the day before, I have an assassination that's happened with Mr. Charlie Kirt. And then to see evidently, or the online support for an assassination like that was very disheartening to me. And I hope and pray that our culture turns. It's our culture. It's who we are. Let us think about that and move forward. Anyway, you bow your heads with me. Almighty Father, thank you for so many gifts. We thank you for your guidance. We thank you for your wisdom and understanding. We thank you so much for your forgiveness. Watch over us, guide us in all that we do. God bless the United States of America, the state of Texas, Tarrant County, and Haslet, Texas. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Tonight is a big night. We have several presentations and proclamation to make, and these are, we'll note we've got Mike Thetford with 25 years. Katie Potts with 10 years of service. Jana Davis-Doarn, 5 years. Kelly Turner, 5 years. And last but not least, Kirt Mays, our former fire chief, 25 years all told. So if I'll call you up each one at a time and meet me at the podium. Can you hear me now? Very good. First, I'd like to call up Mr. Mike Thetford. I don't need anything to shake your hand. Thank you very much. But you come over here, Mike. The certificate here, City of Haslet, Certificate of Recognition. This certificate of recognition is given to Michael Thetford. Congratulations on 25 years of employment, and thank you for your dedicated service. This is Mr. Haslet. Thank you. A couple of other items here. Hang that on your wall. Your plaque.
I will.
And something to go along with that is your 25-year pin. And take the white out. Very good.
Thanks, sir.
Again, Mike, thank you, sir. Katie Potts. There she is. You don't want to mess with Katie. She has the handcuffs for the city of Haslet. No, that's a running joke that we have. Katie is our court administrator and does a very fine job. And Katie has been with us 10 years. Come here. The City of Haslet Certificate of Recognition. Certificate of Recognition is given to Katie Potts. Congratulations on 10 years of employment, and thank you for your dedicated service. Katie, thank you so very much. And likewise, your plaque. And uh-oh. I expected it to be in here. But that's a very, I'll say, not handsome, but beautiful pin. Your 10-year pin, and please take it out. Thank you, Katie. Jana Davis-Doarn. Five years, Jana. And just thank you so very much for that 5 years. You know, Haslet Library has such a reputation throughout North Texas. I don't think, you know, when you grow up with it, you just don't recognize it. And it's due to ladies, Jana, and the rest of the staff. Kelly will be up here in just a moment.
Partners
Very good. But here's your certificate. City of Haslet, certificate of recognition. The certificate of recognition is given to Jana Davis-Doarn. Congratulations on 5 years of employment, and thank you for your dedicated service, Jana. Thank you. And here's your plaque. Thank you so very much. And again, I'm not going to open this one up, but I bet it's because it's not secured.
Okay, that's fine.
But here's your 5-year pin. Take the. Here you are. Thank you so much. Thank you. Miss Kelly Turner. Kelly makes all the difference in the world in our library, and it's just so much appreciated. She's got the admiration and respect and love from all her peers and everybody she's with. Thank you very much. Here's your certificate. Certificate of recognition. This certificate of recognition is given to Kelly Turner. Congratulations on 5 years of employment, and thank you for your dedicated service, Kelly. Thank you. Likewise, your plaque. Another decoration for the wall. Your 5-year pin. Thank you. And a treat for the husband.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I don't know why we're doing this. He doesn't work here anymore. Well, quite a tenure. Fire department, we've had lots of changes in the last 3 years, and huge changes going from 100% volunteer fire department to a full-time paid fire department. And your leadership and contacts, helping get you through that, has made all the difference and made it a success. In fact, I heard today is that over the weekend, Haslet got called by our mutual aid partner, Fort Worth. They had someone up on a roof who needed an EMS rescue, and they couldn't get them down. They called Haslet, Texas. And that happens to be one of the rescues that they train for regularly. And it was very successful incident and got the praise of Fort Worth. So we have a very good program in Haslet, Texas, and it's not for that. Kirt Mays helped put it on the map. And he and I go way back. We consulted with Moses about fire and rescue. Nonetheless, just in order of things, I would like to give you the plaque first. It says, congratulations on your retirement. Fire Chief Kirt Mays, with great honor and in recognition 25 years of loyal and dedicated service to the Haslet Fire Department. Thank you very much. This is a proclamation. Proclamation by the mayor of the city of Haslet, Texas, to all whom these presents shall come. Whereas today we express our appreciation to Chief Kirt Mays and honor his distinguished 25 years of service with the city of Haslet and his dedication to the residents of Haslet. And whereas Chief Mays began his career as a volunteer fire department in 2000. He then served as the city of Haslet EMS coordinator from 2007 until 2012, when he was promoted to fire chief. Over his 25 years of service, Chief Mays helped implement the vision for the fire department. He negotiated the automatic aid agreement with the Fort Worth Fire Department that provided emergency services to the Airborne Tactical Advantage Company and Amazon Air Buildings. It was a big deal back then to be able to do that. Additionally, he ensured all businesses are equipped with Knox boxes for firemen to gain access, and upgraded the outdoor warning sirens, and participated in a number of community events. He was always there at all our events. Very much appreciated. Whereas on behalf of the entire city council, I want to express our sincere appreciation to Kirt for his loyalty to the city of Haslet, and wish him much happiness as he begins this exciting new chapter in his life. Now, therefore, I, Gary Halsey, Mayor of the city of Haslet, do hereby proclaim Monday, September 15th, 2025, as Chief Kirt Mays Day. In the city of Haslet, and we urge all citizens and employees to join me and the city council in congratulating Chief Mays on an outstanding career with the city of Haslet and wishing him many continued years of happiness and good health. Proclaimed this 15th day of September 2025, Mayor Gary Halsey.
All right, well, I have to say thanks to Mayor Halsey, current council, as well as past council and mayor. This is always hard.
Don't cry. Firemen don't cry.
I get it. Thank you for your support. And to the citizens, there's a lot of people in the city that have supported me besides just council. And so, by the way, it's free ice cream on Kirt Mays Day. I'm just saying.
Kirt, you can have the rest of the day off. Very good. That's big. That's one of my true pleasures of getting to be able to serve mayor, is acknowledge people like that, our employees. And these people are more than just employees. I'm talking about all of them. I mean, Haslet is, they got that sense of ownership that you want everybody to have, and they do. Nonetheless, item 4, citizen participation and comments. Is there anybody that would like to address the city council on any item? Do we have any?
Yes, we have Mr. Joe Lang.
Is it a general comment, or is it
It's-
item specific?
It's not on the agenda.
Okay, very good.
Mr. Halsey, before we move forward with this, I brought along, I wasn't sure if everybody was familiar with our public meeting appearance card. And in our procedures, each individual is allowed 3 minutes. My request is that you enforce a time limit to ensure fairness and consistency for all participants.
Oh, I
Thank you.
understand. But I will remind the councilwoman is that it is the chair's prerogative.
Correct, yes. Under Robert's Rules of Order and the City of Haslet's adopted procedures, the 3-minute time limit is not optional, but something that the governing body voted on and approved. So I was just hoping that you would enforce it.
Understood.
Thank you.
And who's our first speaker? Mr. Lang, please come up. State your name and your address.
My name is Joe Lang, address 2002 White Lane, White Estates. The reason why I come before the council is to answer a question as to why a permit was allowed at 2007 for another residence when White Estates is known for single residences. In other words, there's 2 homes there. Shouldn't be but 1. And why was a building permit issued or allowed?
Mr. Lang, that's not anything I can answer right now, but we'll certainly check into it.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Do we have another speaker?
I have some speakers that are speaking on multiple items. I have some that have asked for something to be read on multiple items. Do you want to wait for the items?
Yes,
Or-
we'll wait for the item.
Okay.
Do we have anybody online?
We have no speakers online at this point.
You said none?
No.
Okay, good. All right. Let's go to item 5, items of community interest. City Council workshop will be held this Wednesday, September 17th at 2025 here at the Community Center to discuss roadway projects throughout the city. Yes, the public is invited to sit in. It is a workshop. 5B, Movie in the Park will be held September the 19th, 2025. It will be the Wild Robot. It'll be at Nance Field. Food trucks open at 6:30 and the movie begins at dark. For more information, go on our website and you'll see Movie in the Park. 5C is National Night Out. It will be held Tuesday, October the 7th at from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Haslet Community Center. Again, on our website, there's a link, National Night Out, and you'll see it. But there'll be vendors, and we'll have the, I believe, the Mounted Patrol from Tarrant County out there, and you may see Sheriff Wayborn. I know Sergeant Lemunion and his deputies and different folks will be out there. So come out and join National Night Out with us. 5D is a bulk trash pickup. Just a reminder, it is twice a month now, bulk trash on the first and third Wednesdays of each month. Let's go to item 6, administrative reports. Council, do you have any questions on any of the administrative reports?
Mayor Halsey, I had asked last month about 2 additional reports. One was staffing, and the second was a Republic Services trash report. You said that staff was working with Republic Services, so I was just curious when council could expect them to be included with the monthly reports.
I was hoping it would be here by now, and staff is still working on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. All right, let's go to updates, active items, projects, and event recaps. Fire Station Sanitary Sewer Project is coming along well. I think they have just near finished it. Mr. Anderson, you want to give anything with regard to that update?
Mayor, that's correct. The fire station is online, and we are in the process of completing the punch list. Contractor is on that project. They should be mobilized. Mayor?
Get closer to it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Contractor should be mobilized for the punch list work probably next week. Had some groundwater issues we're dealing with out there, as well as some water leaks, so need to let things dry out a little bit before the contractor gets back in there.
Very good. Fire Station Expansion Project. The concrete got poured last Friday. That was a big deal. Pouring concrete on any project foundation is always a big deal. You'll see that buildings start to come out of the ground. Now they have got to wait, it may be up to 28 days for the concrete to cure before they can start placing anything on that slab. But there are tests that will be run throughout the month to check the cure rate and the stability of it and when they can start. But it could be up to another 28 days before you see anything happening on that concrete slab. We're very excited about it. Update on the 78 acres. The 78 acres, I don't have a map showing that, but has been for the last year under being cleaned up. As you drive by there, the front part of it's got new fencing. Looks a very handsome piece of property, and they're keeping it kept. Looks very nice, especially when it was nothing but all mesquite trees and, you know, a 40-year-old barbed wire fence. We might have could have saved some of that barbed wire and sold it as an antique, I guess. I don't know. I didn't think of that. But any particular questions on that 78 acres?
Yes, Mayor, one question on that. The concrete culverts that are being stored back there, what are those, what project is that for, or what's the purpose
Oh,
of
those
those
concrete,
storage?
those large culverts back there are, TxDOT had requested, this is many, many months ago, it is items that were purchased for Haslet Parkway, and they did not, when they terminated the contract with Zachary, they had no place to store this material. So the Haslet, we had volunteered to, we asked, well, you can store it back here.
Okay, so we shouldn't see an increase, though, in material stored back there.
An increase?
Yes.
No. That's, they had a very specific lay-down site. That's it. They got everything they can
Okay, thank
out
you.
there. Keller Haslet Road, FM 156, intersection signalization. Well, Keller Haslet Road, that's extension to 156. That's north of town here. And that is, the road's been open for, almost 2 months, thereabouts. And TxDOT has installed the signalization. The heads went up just this last week, and that's a significant factor. The only thing is waiting on now is Encore to run the power. The Encore, like any other utility throughout DFW, is very busy, but it's been reported that I received today is that it'll be up to 6 weeks before they get that power out there and be able to wire up the controller and power the lights, and then they'll set the timing of it. So I'm going to say it might be 7 weeks before that signal is operational, and that'll be a good thing. It'll be a good thing. Verona Drive street failure. This was another surprise. You know, in Haslet, we've had projects that were built in the past, and, you know, they just started failing prematurely. Well, Verona Drive is in the Vines. It's a main north-south roadway in their subdivision, and both residents as well as staff had noticed that the street started collapsing. And we've dealt with a number of those type projects, and we very much almost certain what has happened is that the soil did not get compacted prior to building the road. My concern was that the sewer line, because the sewer line is directly underneath it, that the sewer line would collapse. That would be a huge problem. But Public Works has ran scopes on the sewer line and inspected it, and it appears the sewer line is not affected at all, which is the big relief. And yes, the roadway is cracking in certain places, but if the sewer line was being jeopardized, then that would be an immediate repair that we would have to do, and it is quite a distance that this street has started collapsing. So that's being addressed. It's needed to report that.
Mayor Halsey?
Yes.
Before you move on, I'm going to go back to 7C. I did have another question on what the proposed zoning classification was for the 78 acres. Or what is the zoning classification?
Community facilities right now, isn't it, Morris?
I believe that area is zoned as. Can you hear me now? Yes. I believe that area is zoned as agricultural. It does not have a permanent zoning classification on it.
Yeah. Okay, very good.
Yes, Mayor, back on the Verona Drive we were just on. So who's obligated to pay for the road repair? Is that the developer or is that the city?
The city of Haslet is.
Okay, thank you.
That was one of those projects under the prior city administrator that failed. No, the citizens of Haslet, Texas, and for everybody's benefit here, developments come in, and yes, they build their water lines, their sewer lines, and their infrastructure, and they'll lay their internal roads and things of that nature. And they have construction documents they submit to the city, and they're going to do certain things, compaction, et cetera, et cetera. If during the course of that construction, the city does not follow up with appropriate inspections and require certain data to prove that certain things have happened, such as compaction test, then something like this happens. It got away from them. And then once a project is it goes through the inspection, and then the city issues a letter of final acceptance. They tell the developer, okay, you've done everything you're supposed to. We accept this, and it is our responsibility henceforth. But there is a bond on there for maintenance, a maintenance bond, and that's 2 years on the projects performed here in Haslet. Well, more than 2 years has expired since that final acceptance. or outside of that bond. In that situation, the taxpayers of Haslet, Texas pay for it. So that happens. It's an unfortunate aspect. But that's how that course works.
Mr. Mayor, how much of the road is damaged?
Say it again.
Is it the whole road? Just, I mean, how much is damaged on the road?
Well, I don't want to get too far into this, as this is just an update. But Michael, do you know what the length of it is?
Yes, sir, it's 380 feet. It's from the intersection at Syracuse Street running north. So Verona and Syracuse running north, 380 feet.
Very good.
Okay, and I had an additional question, because I was looking back at when the final plat was approved for the Vines, and it says January 20th of 2023. So if this would have been caught in January of this year, it would have still been under the two-year? Or is it from the final plat being approved, or when they pour the concrete? What's the date where it sets that into motion?
It's the date of the final acceptance for the public infrastructure. I don't have that handy.
I mean, how far would that be from the final plat? I mean, I guess we're 9 months out from that.
Well, typically, the final plat is filed after it's approved. Sometimes it's filed upon completion of the public facilities. But I can look into that, and I've got some other items to update everybody on Wednesday as it relates to street failures.
Okay.
Let me look into that. I'll get you that answer.
And you'll get part of that information on Wednesday night's workshop. All right, then. We go to the consent agenda. Council, you've got 6 items here.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to remove 8C from the consent agenda and put it for full discussion.
Very good. Are there any other items that the council you want to remove? If not, could I get a motion on the remainder of the items? That'd be 8A, B, D, E, and F.
Yes, Mayor Halsey, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as submitted.
Motion is made to approve the consent agenda. Is that with removing 8C?
Yes, with removing 8C.
Removing 8C, but all other items. Is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. All right, let's go to 8C. Approve resolution XX25, that'll be given a number later, in support for the construction of State Highway Spur 170 from Intermodal Parkway to State Highway 170. And your question?
Can we see the wording of that?
Yeah, please pull that, that's it right there. And can you get it all on the screen there? So,
I'd like to amend the wording of the resolution, and I've got copies of the resolution here I'd like to pass out.
Councilman Carruthers.
Yes, sir.
You've been working with someone from the Texas Department? Who is that?
I've been working with multiple people, sir. I've had
And who
meetings
is that?
with TxDOT. I've had meetings with Tarrant County Commissioner Manny Ramirez. I've had meetings with NTCOG and It has been requested that we, from City of Haslet, be in support of this so that they can not be in jeopardy of losing an $80 million grant that would build this bridge for us.
And what's the opposition to the resolution presented in the packet?
This resolution wording that I brought, if I may read it, is so that we can be cooperative with our partners and can be, I guess, more open to accepting help that we could get.
Well, I'd like Mr. Anderson to, Mr. Anderson, with regard to the resolution that's cited, that's in the packet, as if you'll pull that one up, that's it right here. This resolution from the very beginning to present day goes through, it is just it's a timeline and events that have happened. And with regard to, yes, there are many entities that want and need this project to go in. But what has happened in the course of this, starting in June 6th, a year ago, more than a year ago, 2024, is meeting with a TxDOT project team and consultants to define what the impacts are on Haslet, Texas. And if those impacts, and all this is very factual. If it's not addressed, Haslet could be negatively impacted, especially by up in that area where Caraway and those areas are, and particularly along where in the intermodal parkway and intersection of Haslet Parkway is. A large amount of congestion could occur there. And simply what this is focusing on TxDOT and bringing to their attention that, yes, we've met and we addressed these and we have not received this information to date. We need this to ensure that both our roadways, our industries, and our residents are not impacted negatively on this project. And this is our responsibility to do so. I understand it's not highly complimentary, but it's our responsibility as a governing body to do that.
May I read my proposal?
Whereas
the City of Haslet recognizes the important public benefit of proper transportation facilities, and whereas the City of Haslet recognizes the construction of State Highway Spur 170 from Intermodal Parkway to State Highway 170 as a state highway system facility will provide a benefit to the public. Whereas the Texas Department of Transportation, herein called TxDOT, has identified certain roadway improvements for State Highway Spur 170 from Intermodal Parkway to State Highway 170's existing terminus at I-35W to improve regional connectivity and mobility for existing and future traffic, including the construction of an elevated direct connector bridge beginning on the SH-170 main lanes east of I-35W to Intermodal Parkway, a distance of approximately 1.8 miles. Whereas on July 25th, 2024, TxDOT conducted a public meeting concerning the State Highway 170 project in order to present a project update to the public, inform the public of the alternatives under consideration, offer the public an opportunity to provide input, and develop a record of public engagement and collect formal statements. And whereas TxDOT anticipates the project to be documented in accordance with the National Environmental Policy Act, assessing potential impacts to community, threatened and endangered species, water resources, cultural resources, hazardous materials, and traffic noise. And whereas the Haslet City Engineer commented on the potential need for an additional right-of-way adjacent to Haslet Parkway to facilitate the eventual expansion of the roadway to 6 lanes, divided roadway if warranted, and address the necessary relocation of existing water and sanitary sewer facilities and other potential impacts to the City of Haslet due to the project. And whereas TxDOT presented 3 alternatives and an alternative screening matrix for the alternatives being considered, for the State Highway 170 project, alternatives Alternative 1A, Alternative 1B, Alternative 2A, Alternative 2B, Alternative 3A, Alternative 3B, and a no-build alternative. And whereas TxDOT will continue to coordinate with the City of Haslet throughout the final design and construction phasing of the project, including but not limited to addressing of right-of-way acquisition, utility adjustments, and other related matters in order to develop mutually acceptable solutions. Now therefore be it resolved that City of Haslet authenticates its support of the construction of State Highway Spur 170 from Intermodal Parkway to State Highway 170 as a state highway system facility. This resolution shall take effect immediately from the date that is passed and signed.
Very good. Well, good. I'll read the one that was presented in the packet. Scroll to the top of the page. Okay, you're there. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Haslet, Texas, and by the way, before I start reading all, most everything in here was taken out of this resolution that was written verbatim. So, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Haslet, Texas, providing support for the State Highway Spur 170 from Intermodal Parkway to the State Highway 170 project, contingent on TxDOT constructing said roadway project as an owned system roadway, and that is the primary reason they need this resolution. And ensuring that the City of Haslet is reimbursed for all of its costs and expenses that may arise relating to said project. Whereas the Texas Department of Transportation has identified certain roadway improvements for State Highway Spur 170 from Intermodal to State Highway 170's existing terminus at I-35W to improve regional connectivity and mobility for existing and future traffic, including the construction of an elevated direct connector bridge beginning on State Highway 170 main lanes east of I-35 to Intermodal Parkway, a distance of approximately 1.8 miles. And whereas on June 6, 2024, TxDOT project team, the City of Haslet project team, engaged in a kickoff utility coordination meeting where the city was asked to assist in the identification of potential city utility conflicts along with State Highway 170 project. Whereas on June 27, 2024, the TxDOT project team, TxDOT consultants, and the City of Haslet project team engaged in a stakeholder technical work group meeting where the city's project team was first informed that TxDOT intended the state highway project to be an off-system project, meaning that the city would be solely responsible for its future maintenance and repair. Whereas the city's project team informed the TxDOT project team that the city was unaware that the State Highway 170 project was intended to be an off-system project and advised that the relevant project records be corrected. That was a year ago. More than a year ago, we notified TxDOT of this, and here we are today. Whereas the city's whereas on July 17th, 2024, the TxDOT project team, TxDOT project or consultant Pape Dawson, and the city project team engaged in a stakeholder technical work group meeting to discuss, one, the city's need for a traffic impact analysis for this SH-170 project. Two, roles and responsibilities of right-of-way acquisition regarding the SH-170 project. And three, utility relocations. Four, future expansion of Haslet Parkway and Intermodal Parkway, and drafting of the advanced funding agreement for State Highway 170. That long paragraph there, that occurred on July 17th, 2024, is the city informing TxDOT and the TxDOT consultants of those needs. Whereas on July 25th, 2024, TxDOT conducted a public meeting concerning the State Highway 170 project in order to present a project update to the public, inform the public of the alternatives under consideration, offer the public an opportunity to provide input, and develop a record of public engagement and collect formal statements. And whereas, at that said meeting, TxDOT presented the three alternatives and an alternative screening matrix for the alternatives being considered for a state highway project, 170 project, alternatives 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B, and a no-build alternative. And, next page. Whereas the segment analysis provided by TxDOT at the said meeting includes an evaluation of measure of effectiveness, future driveway access impact, median crossover impacts, estimated construction cost, utility impacts, total right-of-way acquisition, displacements, environmental impacts, and fill in 100-year floodplains and streams. And whereas TxDOT anticipates the project to be documented in accordance with the National Environmental Policy Act, assessing potential impacts to community, threatened and endangered species, water resources, cultural resources, hazardous materials, and traffic noise. Whereas, this meeting, city residents submitted concerns about the need of the project, negative visual effect, and excessive traffic noise within the immediate vicinity of the existing residential subdivisions. And whereas on October 10th, 2024, TxDOT submitted a draft TIA to the city for review. And if you'll just note how many months later that was when it was requested. Whereas on October 24, 2024, TxDOT consultant Pape Dawson presented a review of the Pape Dawson draft TIA methodology and recommendations. And whereas the city project team provided known traffic information for inclusion in the Pape Dawson TIA, consisting of 1, information from Kimley Horn TIA for a Haslet Parkway project, 2, Lee Engineering signal warrant analysis and data for Keller-Haslet intersection with 156, 3, raw data collection from the December 2023 for Amazon facility located on Westport Parkway, and 4, regional connectivity and development plans developed by the city of Haslet. And whereas on November 6, 2024, the city engineer provided TxDOT written review comments on the Pape Dawson draft TIA dated October 4, 2024, noting 14 deficiencies in the TIA that needed to be addressed to accurately reflect the probable impact of the project. I'm going to take a pause here in that, make a comment. It is this that affects Haslet, Texas greatly. Whereas on November 12, 2024, TxDOT Pape Dawson provided written responses to the city's November 6, 2024 comments stating that the TIA study was not revised to take into account the increase in vehicular trips distributed onto portions of Haslet Parkway system, equal to an estimated 15,106 vehicular trips and an estimated 5,280 heavy truck trips per day. Associated with the proposed development of approximately 9,576,000 square feet of industrial warehouse facilities located within the city of Fort Worth. And whereas on December 9th, 2024, a follow-up meeting was held with the TxDOT project team, TxDOT consultant Pape Dawson, and city project team to discuss the draft TIA study and bridge columns adjacent to the Haslet Parkway right-of-way and how they relate to the proposed developments and the proposed infrastructure improvements along Haslet Parkway. And whereas the TxDOT project team, can you scroll that up? Project team stated the TIA scope was limited to areas west of I-35 and generally along the proposed direct connect through Intermodal Parkway and Haslet Parkway only. And next page. Whereas the Haslet City engineer provided TxDOT with proposed developments for TxDOT to coordinate location of proposed bridge columns adjacent to existing right-of-way. And whereas on January 24, 2025, a working meeting was held with the TxDOT project team, TxDOT consultant Pape Dawson, and the city project team to discuss the city's requested cross-section of center-supported column exhibit showing a representative cross-section of the proposed improvements within Haslet Parkway and any TxDOT additional right-of-way necessary to support the eventual expansion of Haslet Parkway to a 6-lane divided roadway, and address the necessary relocation of existing water and sanitary sewer facilities and other potential impacts to the city due to the project. And whereas the requested cross-section of center-supported column exhibit showing cross-section of proposed improvements within Haslet Parkway has not been received to date. Whereas January 31st, 2025, the last and most recent working meeting with the TxDOT project team, TxDOT consultant Pape Dawson, and the city project team was held where Pape Dawson presented an on-screen exhibit for center-supported bridge column support showing cross-section of proposed improvements within Haslet Parkway. And whereas to date, the Haslet project team has not provided with hard copy nor electronic file of the exhibit for center support bridge column support showing representative cross-sections of the proposed improvements within the existing right-of-way for Haslet Parkway for a Haslet project team to study and assess. Whereas the Haslet City engineer commented on the potential need for additional right-of-way adjacent to the Haslet Parkway to facilitate the eventual expansion of the roadway to 6-lane divided roadway and address the necessary relocation of existing water and sanitary sewer facilities and other potential impacts to the city of Haslet due to the project. Whereas the city of Haslet requested a formal meeting with TxDOT personnel having authority to address the additional potential right-of-way acquisition, utility relocations, revisions to the draft TIA study limits and assumptions, and other potential impacts to the city due to the project that needs to be memorialized in a project agreement. And whereas this requested meeting with TxDOT has not occurred to date. And there's now therefore, and be it resolved. After that, I won't read all of that. But the whole purpose of this resolution is to document and memorialize. We have been working with this project team and made exerted efforts and been very helpful in requesting this information. This resolution memorializes these events and states, if we don't receive this, we're holding the bag.
Mayor Halsey, I had a question on, I guess, whereas number 10, paragraph 10, when it says that, let me find it. Well, hold on one second. Well, citizens submitted concerns, that's what I was looking for. City residents submitted concerns about the need of the project and the negative visual effect and the excessive traffic noise. Is there documentation of that, or was that submitted to the city via email? Was it a survey? Was it word of mouth? 'Cause
That came out
lots-
of the TxDOT project minutes.
their minutes of the open meeting?
Of all the records submitted all by parties, yes.
Of the
That's
open meeting?
documented.
Okay.
It is actually TxDOT provided.
And this bridge that they're discussing would help with mobility and traffic east to west and west to east?
If it's done correctly.
Okay, well, okay. So I'm just trying to understand, because I've looked at the resolution that was presented, the resolution that received
I
tonight.
think,
There
as
was-
an
oh, excuse me, I'm
individual.
sorry, I'm sorry, sir, I wasn't
Please go
finished.
ahead.
I know that there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs that remained the same, and then 4 that were added in addition. So I guess, I don't know which ones are vital that you feel for to move forward to get this project started and going.
Tanya, maybe to answer one of your questions a minute ago. So this project is a bridge that would go from 170 down Haslet Parkway and curve and land on Intermodal Parkway, which would allow a lot of the semi-trucks to not be on our city roads.
This is the flyover bridge,
Yeah.
not the bridge over 150, over Abbott
Correct.
Haslet. Okay,
Right.
I'm making sure I've got the right bridge in my head.
So
Okay,
it
that's
allows
what I thought.
the
Okay, all right, are you
semi-trucks.
asking me a question?
No, sir, I'm talking to her.
What are you asking or making a statement? You
I'm
answering the
answering one of
question?
her questions.
And what was your question? I
The-
mean, just
what-
a
what mo-
conversation back
yeah,
and
what
forth. I
mo-
know everybody out here is trying to keep up,
Right.
and I am too.
What the mobility, if what it clears up, it's east-west. It was just making sure I had the right bridge in my mind, the flyover bridge, that's the long extended one, not the bridge that is the potential for Avondale Haslet.
Correct. This
Okay, just making
bridge
sure
that
I have
they're
the right one.
speaking of is immediately north of Caraway. It straddles Haslet Parkway, and yes, it would curve, it would be elevated, and it would curve and land on Intermodal, which is our roadway, the city's roadway, and it would land just south of Transport Drive, and it would unload all those vehicles just south of Transport Drive, which is south of Westport Parkway, but their destination is to the intermodal facilities. And it is there where our concern is that a huge amount of congestion could be generated unless this project takes into account any improvement on City of Haslet roadways. Then everybody would feel the effect of that. Mr. Anderson, you're very well familiar with that topic. Anything would you like to add while we're concerned about getting an accurate traffic impact analysis?
Yes, sir. As the mayor stated, this project will provide direct connectivity onto Intermodal Parkway. Some of the concerns that we have are the number and type of vehicles and semis that will be set in motion, if you will, along North Intermodal Parkway. With the direct connect and a secondary project that the city's been approached about, there's concerns that we do not have, or we will not have adequate right-of-way on Haslet Parkway or Intermodal Parkway to widen those facilities if this project comes into the right-of-way and takes up that space. Haslet Parkway is designed to expand 2 lanes on the interior. We also have water and sewer that are run right down the middle of the roadway. The resolution speaks to the attempts to coordinate the type of bridge spans utilized on the project. Outside supported bridge columns that would basically be placed at or adjacent to the existing Haslet Park right-of-way, like an H, if you will. Those impacts developments that are coming in on Haslet Parkway. They impact the location and design of turn lanes. They also require additional right-of-way. So we asked them to go back and evaluate the use of a center-supported structure, which costs more money. It also necessitates the relocation of water and sewer along the center of the roadway. And it also means that you can't expand the road to the middle because now you have a 15 to 20 foot wide column in the middle. And so what we had asked them was to provide us with a cross-section, a simple cross-section that we could evaluate along the limits of the project to better understand the impacts from a footprint standpoint, how that bridge fits in relation to Haslet Parkway. We also asked them to analyze the existing data that was put together for the Haslet Parkway project, part of the traffic impact analysis by Kimley Horn, to help us figure out when Haslet Parkway needed to go from 4 to 6 lanes. So we could better understand the timing and the cost associated with that impact and who would be responsible for that, who would take the lead on that, whether we get the right of way now, et cetera, et cetera. Those same concerns were relayed to the team as it related to Intermodal Parkway. The city's got water facilities down the center of Intermodal Parkway. How do we get to those facilities? What do we do to, or how do we deal with the additional traffic onto those roadways? How do we expand Intermodal Parkway? What are we doing with the existing condition of Intermodal Parkway? So we've asked them to provide us with with some sort of memorandum of understanding or project agreement that identifies the things that we know are going to be impactful to the city and the roadway network, as well as perform the analysis necessary to help us better determine what we don't know today, right? We heard that, you know, we'll take care of you as we go through the process. What we're asking them to do is perform the analysis now as it relates to the traffic impact analysis and quantify through commonly accepted engineering practice. These are the things, these are the impacts to the system, and here's how this project will work to offset that, right? We don't know how many of those vehicular trips are going to actually impact Haslet's roadway network, but we do know if you're taking traffic data and traffic counts over by on the east side of 35, and you're not taking into account traffic counts at Westport Parkway and Intermodal, or at the various drives along Intermodal, the Amazon Air facility, et cetera, or taking into account the development that this bridge is intended to serve. And you saw the rough idea, or the rough trip generations that we're estimating from the project. That's a lot of vehicular trips. And they have enough information. Peck Dawson's a good firm. They can go through and do the study that we're asking them to do. But at this point, it's not in their scope. Their scope is go design this bridge. What we're asking is for a meeting with TxDOT to sit down and say, these are the concerns of the city, right? We want to make sure that before we go in and we say we're in support of this project, that you'll hear us out. Here we've documented what our concerns are, and we're asking you to go run the necessary analysis and work with us to figure out what needs to be offset before we just sign up for the project. One of the very first things that was brought to our attention was that this was an off-system project, like the mayor stated, and we didn't understand how that was or why that was. We understood that based on our initial discussions with them, that there was a desire to use Haslet Parkway and its right-of-way to facilitate the installation of this project. And that makes sense, but there's certain things that impact the city legally, access-wise, control-wise, when a project like that comes in and is trying to take advantage of the right-of-way that exists for Haslet Parkway. So the goal of what we put together here was more or less memorializing what we had done to date and basically tell them we'd like to support the project, but we do have some concerns, and see what they have to say. We've been trying for basically a year to help them understand, over a year, help them understand that we do have some concerns, and they're valid concerns. They really are when you start looking at the numbers of trips and just the impacts to Haslet Parkway and Intermodal.
So this is in looking out in the best interest of city staff and administration, looking out in the best interest of Haslet, Texas. That means our roadways, your travel time, the congestion you're involved in, our industries out here, and what the congestion would be. And then if it's not addressed now, and just like we talked about this Verona Drive, then citizens of Haslet, Texas will get the pleasure of paying for any improvements needed. Here, we have memorialized it. It's in the form of a resolution. This is not uncommon. There are other resolutions that exist in the world out there with regard to TxDOT in similar fashion. And there's nothing, I mean, this is all factual. It didn't, but this proposed resolution, there is important elements in here is not even mentioned that could leave us not in a good situation. That's why this needs to be this way.
Mayor Halsey,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the updated resolution presented by Councilman Carruthers, excuse me.
Motion is made to approve the resolution submitted by Councilman Carruthers. Is there a second?
How much money will this cost us? How much money will this cost the citizens of Haslet?
I think she's out of order.
No, excuse me. I'll make these calls, sir. Yeah. Is there a second? We're in the middle of a motion. Is there a second to this? The motion fails. The motion has failed.
He's willing to second it.
The motion has failed. All right,
I would like to make a motion, Mayor Halsey,
please.
to continue this item to the October 6th meeting, where it will be discussed, and hopefully you'll have time to meet with TxDOT at that point to get us the information we need.
Motion is made to continue this item, this resolution, until to the October 6th meeting, and have the city to contact TxDOT to see what resolutions they can have to fulfill the request here. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. All in favor?
Well, just more discussion. So
Excuse me.
when discussion.
Yes, discussion?
So when you all meet, will they take both the resolutions and then come to the items that are necessary to protect the city of Haslet, but to help in some regard our traffic concerns? It's hard when this is the only thing that's on the horizon for us to help with the traffic, and so we really want to move it forward so we can get some relief as citizens.
Well, it's not the only thing, but it is one thing, and it is, 99% for logistics industry. That's what it's for.
It'll help us too. If all the trucks are going up there, then it'll
Yeah.
help us as well, so.
Right. But we want to ensure there is this is a positive effect project, not a negative effect project. That's our only motivation here. So,
Mr. Mayor.
Any other discussion?
Yes, I'd just like to say, Mayor, we need more discussions like this to understand these type of projects that are going on in our city, rather than just receiving, a proposal, in an agenda packet. We had some good dialogue back and forth, and with Mike Anderson's, expertise in this. This is what council needs to hear, rather than just getting a sheet of paper. We need to have some back and forth dialogue to better understand all the ramifications of these type of items.
I agree 100%, and that's wherein I had mentioned, we'll start having workshops where we can focus on that dialogue. Here's what we know today, here's what's wrong, or not wrong, but, here's what's right and wrong. Here's progress on certain projects, as we'll experience Wednesday night. It'll be a very good presentation. I expect it to be a couple of hours. And but yes, that's how we'll address that and fulfill that for you.
Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you. That's what we should have done before we even had this resolution on tonight's
Well,
meeting.
we're all living and learning, aren't we?
Okay.
We're all living and learning. We're growing. This is part of our growing pains. We've exploded in population and topics, and we're trying to protect ourselves along the way. Nothing wrong with that. And yes, we deal with other government entities, and they got an objective and we have an objective. Yes, we want to cooperate and promote industry and economy and jobs and all those things, but not to our particular detriment. And we're a small town. Anything you do in this city has a magnified effect. So we're just looking out for our best interest. So there was a motion and a second.
Mr.
Any
Mayor.
further discussion?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
A couple of months ago, you and I visited, and I was under the impression that you said that this project was being funded by developers and some other people with money that was going to pay for this project because this is what they were wanting to take trucks, and this was not going to be funded by the city of Haslet.
That's correct.
So everybody was cheering about that, how much we're going to be out of money, and if this project is being paid for by developers and people around this area that have a lot of money, then why are we out of money?
It's nothing about money. I never mentioned any money.
I understand, but people in the audience were clapping that we're not spending money on this, so.
No, that was never mentioned. That's not why they clapped.
She said, how
Yeah.
much are the taxpayers going to be out of money? How many millions?
If there's negative impacts, the question was, how much would it cost Haslet to solve these problems if they're not addressed with this project? Well, that could be millions. It could be tens of millions.
So, I'm sorry, can you repeat that? What projects?
It could be millions.
For what?
Addressing any projects that could possibly come out of this if it's not addressed correctly.
Okay, projects, okay.
Yeah.
This is a
This-
state-funded
It's
project.
state-funded. And what we're saying to the state, which is TxDOT, the Fort Worth District very specifically, and their consultant, Pape Dawson, is that, okay, well, this project, the effects go all the way to the hub, the intermodal facility. But yes, you're going to land the bridge on Intermodal Parkway at south of the Transport Drive. But guess what? Those trucks just have to go farther. They got to go across Westport Parkway. The loading on those roadways could be very significant if the proper actions aren't taken. Do they need to design, do they need to widen those roadways so that people out here aren't waiting? I mean, they wait long enough now because of cross traffic.
When you and I met a month ago, you were talking about how you were trying to get the trucks to go around Haslet, and you specifically pointed out intermodal, which is where you want all the trucks to go.
Yeah.
This bridge gets the trucks on intermodal, and now all of a sudden, the trucks that you wanted to go around are now too much for the road?
No, and then you're not recalling our conversation. That conversation was, yes, we submitted to TxDOT more than 15 months ago, as we said, we don't want any trucks on FM 156. Thank you very much. And yes, we as a municipality have that authority.
But if they're not going to go on 156, where would they go?
They would travel along I-35 to Haslet Parkway, and from Haslet Parkway over up to Intermodal, and Intermodal serves every warehouse there is.
So all this bridge does is get the trucks off of Haslet Parkway
This bridge has
and puts
nothing
them
to
onto
do with that.
intermodal.
No.
Which
This
is where
bridge
you
has
just said they're gonna
absolutely
go.
nothing to do with this. This bridge services those vehicles coming from primarily DFW out 114 to 170, and instead of crossing I-35 at 3 traffic lights, this is a bridge over top of all of I-35 on the center line of Haslet Parkway, landing in intermodal to give them an express route.
Yep.
That's what this bridge
Absolutely.
is for.
That's right.
But that has nothing to do with the conversation you and I had. That conversation is that the existing road that we have today, the Haslet Parkway and intermodal connection that's operational, has been for, almost 2 years now, is that route that the truckers that today that use 156, they would use that route. They don't need a bridge. The bridge, if done correctly, this bridge will be a very positive impact. If it's done incorrectly, it could be a very difficult and costly situation for Haslet, Texas. And all we're doing is these engineers, we're bringing it to their attention and need to get them to respond. And that's what this document, this resolution does.
I just want one more comment, I don't want us to say no to this bridge, like we said no to the other bridge, and now we have nothing, and we need to work together to try to get something for our citizens, our traffic. Something's got to give somewhere. No Haslet Parkway,
And
no
on
156
Wednesday,
extension,
at the
no bridge,
workshop,
and now.
all of that will be revealed.
Okay.
And that's why this language was requested by our partners, so that we could move this project forward, not to obligate us.
Oh, and the one you offer up doesn't eliminate any obligation at all. Okay, I get it. So a motion and second, it has been made. I call for the vote. And that, to remind you, that is to move this to the October 6th and give city time to work with TxDOT and other their consultants to get the answers to what we're seeking and bring that back to the council at that time for consideration. So all in favor? You voted for it? Okay, it's unanimous. So this will be moved to October 6th. Thank you, council. I would ask, along with that, that you cease and desist on representing the city to TxDOT and the county commissioners and others. That is not your role.
I'm not representing, I'm being an elected official, and I'm taking meetings with people that I choose to take meetings with.
And you'll need to consult with Mr. Page. Mr. Page, there's no one council person. A council person does not, please understand this, you do not represent the city. You can represent your own personal opinion, and that's it. And you have to make that a disclaimer, and that's per law. There's one person sitting up here that represents the city in an official voice, and that is the mayor. And you need to respect that.
So was I okay meeting with Ms. Aldridge with the Chamber of Commerce like a year ago? Was that something I probably shouldn't have done or gotten with the lawyer about that?
Were you representing the city as a whole?
I was coming to speak with her about concerns of getting back into back to the chamber.
You can inquire about things, I'm sure.
Okay.
But council, you make a disclaimer to that person very intentionally. I'm not representing the city of Haslet here. Please understand this. But I have, and I want to know X, Y, Z.
And I'm happy to send out to the full council our guidelines. It's our council relations policy. There's a couple of paragraphs about the protocol for council members talking to and speaking to outside government agencies such as TxDOT, and so I can send that for y'all to review.
And I know you've read it, but please read it again. And smiling, is it funny?
Sir, I'm allowed to smile.
I know you
Continue
are.
your meeting, please, sir.
You have a nice smile. Yes.
I think so. So
All right then. Item 9. Discuss, consider, and act on, here's some confirmation of the mayor's appointment of Assistant Fire Chief Stephen Harvey to Fire Chief of the Haslet Fire Department. It is a great privilege that I make this appointment, so it's appointment, and I'm asking for your confirmation. That's what's needed. Stephen Harvey is a very well credentialed firefighter and administrator in fire department. He has the respect of his entire department. He has the support of former Fire Chief Kirt Mays and all the fire departments here in North Texas. I cannot think of a better candidate than Stephen Harvey as our next fire chief. Kirt Mays, would you like to say a word?
He's the guy, I totally mentored him, he's done it all, he's ready to continue the traditions of the department forward and the culture we've established.
In the packet was Stephen Harvey's resume. The credentials he has is impressive. He's been with us for has 22 years experience. And how long explicitly you been with Haslet? 22 years. Please come up. In the packet is Stephen Harvey's resume and also Kirt Mays' recommendation letter of Stephen Harvey as fire chief. Please address the council. You desire to be fire chief?
Yes, I do desire to be the fire chief. Stated I've been here for 22 years. I started as a senior in high school as a volunteer firefighter. I've grown my career through here. I've worked with Public Works with the city. I've done many things. The city of Haslet and the fire department has pretty well been my life for the past 22 years, and I would love the opportunity to lead it into the future with y'all's blessing.
And I assume we got the support of the fire department personnel out there. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Very good. All right, council, it's up to you. Have any questions for Mr. Harvey? And I would need a motion.
Mayor Halsey, I would like to make a motion
Please.
to approve the confirmation of the mayor's appointment of Assistant Fire Chief Stephen Harvey to Fire Chief of the City of Haslet Fire Department.
Motion is made to, for the confirmation of the mayor's appointment of Stephen Harvey as Fire Chief of the Haslet Fire Department. Is there a second?
Mayor Halsey, I'll second.
There is a second. Any discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous.
Mayor, council, Mayor, council, thank y'all.
I got to have you the first chief.
Good choice.
You know, Kirt, as I recall, you were our first full-time hire, and I got to do that too in 2007. Thank you, council. 8B is approved resolution approving a settlement with the Atmos Corporation Midtex and Atmos City Steering Committee. Mr. Page? That was what? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the consent agenda. I was just so happy for Stephen. All right. We're on 9B, not 8B. Thank you very much. All right, discuss, consider, and act on approving a development and escrow agreement between the City of Haslet, SRPFC, Haslet Crossing LP, it's called Stream, and American Escrow Company, escrow agent for certain roadway intersection and waterline improvements at Haslet Parkway and Intermodal. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could get you to go to, I think it's page 351. It's a nice exhibit. 351 of the packets, tail end of the agreement. Oh, go back. Sorry, keep going. You're fine. Yes, sir. Sorry. 351. Yes, sir. If you could blow that up full size so we could all see it. Well, maybe it just got printed. Is it? There we go. Okay, there's some context for everybody. So what this agreement is for, these are the 3 warehouses that Stream is constructing at the intersection of Intermodal and Haslet Parkway. A prior agreement with the developer of the Caraway subdivision stated that their construction of Intermodal Parkway, the eastern 2 lanes that you see out there today, terminate where the end of that red shape is. I'll call it a shape because I'm not sure what shape that is. With the understanding that the city and TxDOT, as part of the Haslet Parkway project, would construct the intersection shown graphically there in yellow and red. That portion of the intersection did not get included in the Haslet Parkway project. Information was not provided to the design team by the city during the development of the project plans and specifications. So you'll note when you go out there, there's a curb line through there, and we're missing a signal on the north side of that intersection. This project here was approved back in 2021. Part of this project relies on Intermodal Parkway for use as a fire lane because they don't have a dedicated fire lane, internal fire lane. They cannot meet fire code requirements unless that piece of Intermodal Parkway is connected to Haslet Parkway. Okay, so.
Reference the color.
Oh, I'm
in
sorry,
red.
the red, yes, sir, the eastern half of Intermodal Parkway. Okay, the fire department, emergency services need to be able to access that roadway as part of the fire code requirements for that building A, if you will. So we brought that to the developer's attention this spring and said, hey, you know, we've got to get this done so you can meet fire code. He said, well, we thought the city was going to do it. And I said, well, it's not there. It's got to get done. So we've come to an agreement whereby they are willing to come in and construct the eastern portion of the roadway shown in red so they can meet their fire code requirements. In order to make that intersection function and have folks be able to get out of the neighborhoods onto Haslet Parkway, we need to construct at minimum what you see in yellow there. So we have a safe and functioning intersection. The right-of-way exists for the construction of these 2 projects. And what this agreement says is that the city has put money into escrow for the design and construction of its half of the road, what we're calling the western half shown in yellow, using the developer's contractor who will be constructing their portion in red, right? We don't have to go through a big elaborate public bidding process, go get separate bonds and insurance and all that. With the execution of this agreement, then they will kick off, design that western half, send that into the city for review, and then if the city's in alignment with the pricing provided by the contractor, move forward with the construction of the western half. Yes, sir.
I was just going to annotate with layman's language, is that instead of the developer building just his section, which is red, and the city having to go build their section, which is yellow, at separate times, let's do it one time. It would be a continuous, monolithic pour, and it is a very much better roadway. It'll last many years. So let's do it all at one time. So the developer was in agreement, okay, we'll use our crew, our engineers, and they'll do the design that city that you approve, and we'll give you how much your half will cost before you make that agreement. But we've already done homework to estimate it will be, we're pretty confident it's under $110,000 for that yellow section by itself. But we will agree, to show you that, yes, we have the money. We'll put $110,000 in escrow. When you're finished, we've inspected it, and it meets city standards, we'll pay you for it. We'll release the money out of escrow. That's what this agreement is.
Mayor Halsey, and it comes out of contingency funds,
Yes,
the $110,750. That's the total amount?
$110,750, yes.
Okay.
I'd also like to point out, if you could go to the previous exhibit, please. There's a water line that terminated. You can see at the end of the blue line there's a dead-end 12-inch water line that we need to get connected out into the median. They are doing a 12-inch water line just east of there for their fire loop for the 3 buildings. And so we've asked them to give us a price to design and install that facility as well. We
All
have.
right, let me say that here's the council, I'm thinking like a council person. Yeah, where's the money coming from? Let's tell them that first.
Sure. We have $750,000 programmed into the 2022 debt issuance for miscellaneous pressure plane adjustments, because we do, as we were getting reacquainted with the city and the construction of Haslet Parkway and the way that the water line was laid out in the middle of the road, and that being our pressure plane boundary, we were going to run into issues like this.
This blue
Situations-
line is not $750,000.
No, we've
It
got-
just falls
yeah.
under that category.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So we budgeted $750,000 to make miscellaneous connections and improvements to the system. We've got a pressure reducing valve that we're designing just south of this facility, and so the developer just sent in a note this afternoon thinking that from his initial estimates from his contractor, that water line's about $80,000. And so we've got enough funds to cover the installation of that water line connection as well.
It's not funded out of the escrow, though. This escrow is only for the roadway portion.
You said 80,000 was the estimate? What's the 150,000? The 12-inch water line says 150.
Well, that was what I wanted you to budget before they had a chance to run it by their contractor.
Okay, but it really is
Yes, ma'am.
in the 80s. Perfect, okay.
We're under budget.
Is there any questions about this developer agreement?
No, but I got a question from Mr. Anderson.
Pardon?
No,
Yeah.
but I have a question from
Yes,
Mr. Anderson.
please.
You mentioned a while ago that there was, there being a traffic light being installed, I guess, going southbound, be facing north at the intersection right there. When I was going to work this morning, I thought I saw a light there that was flashing. All those lights, are all of them flashing right now, or you said one needed to be installed? I thought it looked like it was already there.
There's 3 legs of the signal in place.
Okay.
The one leg that is missing would be for northbound traffic on intermodal at the signal.
Gotcha.
If you will. We have that programmed into this next year's budget as part of the intermodal parkway project.
Mm-hmm.
It was a $1.1 million project in your budget. What you saw was it this morning?
This morning, yes, sir.
We met last week, I think it was Tuesday. Contractor didn't show up, but they were trying to get that signal up and running. They were missing some components, but that's going to have to operate in 4-way, all flash stop, or 3-way until we can get that 4th leg in. There's just no safe way to
Okay.
operate it without that additional leg in. So 3-way
Thank you.
stop.
I need to draw our attention back to this agenda item. That's not part of this agenda item. It's just, it's something that we need to do is focus on this agenda item. And that'll be addressed Wednesday. Is there any questions, discussion about this developer agreement?
Yeah, Mayor, I've got a question for Mike on this, because looking at the water line piece of this thing, obviously, much easier to put the water line in, get an engineer and do it now, before the road's poured on that connection, right? Because that's going to go, this is going to go under a piece of that road they're going to construct in that red section?
No, sir, this will be back behind the curb. The line you see there is the right-of-way line. So this will be outside of the newly constructed or proposed pavement on intermodal, and then they'll bore under Haslet Parkway, connect out in the median.
Okay, so the construction of this really is totally independent of what we do on the road?
It would be. The pricing for this is pretty good. The number I gave you, the 150, would be if the city were to go out and do it.
Yeah.
So developers can typically get things a little bit cheaper than the city. Plus, we're really trying to get that in before they do some other landscaping. They've got some storm drain improvements through there. So it would be advisable to do it now before this facility gets completed, if
Yeah,
that
that's
makes
kind of what
sense.
I'm getting at is,
Yes, sir.
if we postpone this with the water line, we probably incur additional cost to do it down the road rather than if we do it now while they're in there working the whole bit.
Yes, sir, you'd pay at least double for it.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
That's very good. And you're absolutely right in doing it now, but also an important aspect, it helps complete a loop out there that provides redundancy on our fire water systems as well, that all these businesses out there need for that reliability and the quality of the water. It's the same line that provides both fire water and your domestic water supply. But you're absolutely right. Is there any other discussion on this item? If not, if I could get a motion, that would be appreciated.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the development escrow agreement between the City of Haslet, RFPF-C, Haslet Crossing, LP, Stream, and American Escrow Company, the escrow agent, for certain roadway intersection and waterline improvements at Haslet Parkway and Intermodal Parkway.
Motion is made to approve this development and escrow agreement, and I will not read the rest of it, but as stated and as written on the agenda. Is there a second?
I'll second, but can we add in the amounts and where the funding is coming from?
The
Councilmember Horak?
the amount of escrow is $110,750 and will be funded out of contingency.
And then do we also need to do the
Say-
80,000 out of, or is that,
I would recommend you budget 150 just till we get the final design done.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
What are you saying?
But I believe there's 150 in the budget for the water line. Is that what I saw in the, I don't have it in front of me.
yes.
There is no statement of funding level in this developer agreement. The only amount of money stated anywhere is the escrow agreement.
Well, on the second page of the staff report, I believe there was,
That's the staff report. I'm talking
Well,
about the agreement.
The motion says roadway intersection and water line improvement, so those need to be separated into two different motions?
No,
Because the water line improvement is what I'm referring to with the engineering and construction cost estimate of $150,000,
But
which is
Mayor,
separate.
on the water line portion, the ask is to ask the developer to put together pricing for the water line project.
and at that time, we can bring it back to the council for construction. That's the way the agreement is written, is we'll pay for the engineering, and from that engineering, it'll be sent out to a company, okay, give us the estimate, how much it will cost to construct this. And then we'll bring that back to the council.
But you're saying the escrow agreement needs to be separate, because that only money going into escrow is the roadway intersection.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, the motion says we're entering into an agreement, an escrow agreement, and it says for roadway intersection and water line improvement, so that's incorrect.
No, it's not incorrect. Mr. Page, you want to help us out
Yeah,
here?
help me, please.
So the escrow is just for the roadway improvements. As they were saying, for the water line, it is just to say that we will pay for the design once we receive it. And so when that time comes, and if we choose to pay for this project, it would come back to the council for a budget amendment to ensure that the funds are dedicated for that project.
Well, it won't require a budget amendment. It'll just be approval. I'm
Okay.
sure it'll be over, X amount of money.
And that's why I'm saying we need to denote the 150,000 up to for the water, so we don't have to come back for a budget
Okay,
discussion.
well, you know what? Do that.
That's what I was trying to do, is to not have to come back.
Yeah, and please go ahead. Sorry to be so long-winded and take,
It's mayor, or it's,
who made
Mayor,
that?
I'd like to amend my previous motion. I need to repeat the whole thing or just add in the addendum?
You're just adding the part about the water line. I'll repeat
So
it.
I'd like to approve the development escrow agreement as stated with $110,750 tied to the escrow project for the roadway and $150,000 for engineering and construction cost estimates for the contractor.
And let me clarify, the 150,000 would be for the actual construction of the line, not estimate. It would be for the engineering, design, and construction of that water line. 150,000 would cover that.
All right, well, is that correct,
Is
Mike?
that correct, Mr. Anderson?
Yes, that's correct.
So the 150,000 is for the, okay, it's the engineering construction estimate. So we're estimating it 150,000 or less to put the water line in. Okay, I'm good.
All right. So, I'll restate I'll paraphrase that item, is to approve the developer agreement, and developer and escrow agreement as written, with stipulation of the escrow will be funded with $110,750. That is very specific escrow, which is for the roadway work, and $150,000 for the engineering, design, and construction of the water line depicted in the agreement.
yes, I'll second that.
There is a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, council. Nine C, discuss, consider, and act to appoint and reappoint applicants to serve as members on the city's boards and commissions, and appoint a chairman for the Planning and Zoning Commission. All right. We have in your packet the boards. Can you show up what boards we are looking at right now? Okay. These are reappointment list and new applicants on the right-hand side. So we're looking at Planning and Zoning, HCEDC, that's type A, and HCEDC, which is type B. All the members, very experienced members, have replied they want to be reappointed. You have one vacant position in place 7, alternate 2. In HCEDC, which is type A, there are no vacancies in that all the current members have applied for reappointment. In HCEDC, that's type B, there are 2 places for they have signed up to be reappointed, and you have 4 vacancies. And you have, so P&Z, I would highly recommend that you reappoint Matthew Hayes in place 1, Greg Kadesh in place 3, and Chuck Thackett in place 5. These are very experienced planning and zoning members. This is a very crucial board of any of all our boards, that these people be experienced and they understand the topics related to planning and zoning and also the associated law. HCEDC Type A, again, I make a recommendation. All these people are very experienced. We're fortunate to have this collection of folks on our boards. HCEDC Type B is the, again, reappointment of those who are signed up, as well as, but here's your vacancies.
Can we do
I'll
them
leave it to you,
separate?
council.
Can we do them separate? Is that okay with you, to make it easier?
Say it again.
Can we do them separately?
Absolutely. Take them separately.
Yes.
Well, let's take planning and zoning first.
So I'd like to make a motion to reappoint Matthew Hayes in place 1, Greg Kadesh in place 3, Chuck Tackett in place 5, and Donnell Bolton with place 7, alternate 2.
Motion is made to reappoint current members in place 1, Matthew Hayes, place 3, Greg Kadesh, place 5, Chuck Tackett, and for place 7, alternate 2 is Donnell Bolton. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. Any discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Congratulations, Mr. Bolton, if you're here, and all the other members. All right, ACEDC, which is
Mayor, real
Type
quick.
A.
Mayor, before.
Yes.
Do we need to elect a chairman for P&Z?
Yes, you do, but we can come back to that.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and your HEDC, which is Type A, EDC board. Is there a motion?
Mayor Halsey, I'd like to make a motion
Yes.
to reappoint Stuart Shirey.
Shirey.
Candy
Litica.
Letica, place 3. Hildreth Macon, place 5. Mark Vines, place 7, alternate 2.
Motion is made to reappoint Stuart Shirey, place 1. Candy Litica, place 3. Hildreth Macon, place 5. And Mark Vines, place 7. Is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you. Let's go back to planning and zoning. And we need to appoint a chairman of that. I'm going to highly recommend Greg Kadesh. The members highly respect Mr. Kadesh. He's very well experienced, the most experienced, and very knowledgeable P&Z member, but they're all great. But I recommend Greg Kadesh, please.
Mayor Halsey?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to appoint Greg Kadesh, place 3, to the Planning and Zoning Chairperson.
Motion is made to appoint Greg Kadesh, place 3, as Planning and Zoning Chairman. Is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you, council. Let's go to HCEDC, which is Type B. And you have vacancies and reappointment request.
All right, Mayor Halsey?
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to reappoint Kathy Brandon, place 1, to appoint Leah Preston, place 3, to appoint Nathan James, place 5, Jones, excuse me, thank you, to reappoint Kitty Wirtz, place 7, and to appoint Jeremy Castor, place 8. Alternate
You mean
1.
Michael Belcher?
No, Jeremy Castor. He had both on his application, so. And then Michael Belcher, place 9, alternate 2.
Okay, Jeremy Castor requested B as well.
I believe so.
All right.
So that order doesn't, yeah, I just,
Okay, well, I see Mr.
I was
Castor's.
doing odd placements first, sorry. So that's why I did place 9.
Okay, I see Mr. Castor's name on P and C and type A only. Evidently, he did not request B.
So can we still appoint him to a position and to see if he wants it? Because A and B are pretty close.
Okay.
And they meet more often.
And we'll ask if he doesn't want it, and then we'll fill it again somewhere.
Okay.
Okay, very good. So, motion is made to reappoint Kathy Brandon, place 1, reappoint Kitty Wertz, place 7. And with place 3, correct me if I'm wrong, is Leah Preston. Place 5 is Nathan Jones. Place 8 is Jeremy Castor. And place 9 is Michael Belcher. Did I get that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, then. Is there a second?
Mayor Rozell, second.
All right. There is a second. Any discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, council. All right, I would
Mayor
like...
Halsey, before we move on, I did have a question. Are the Parks Board and the Library Board also going to be up for their reappointments?
Yes, on those particular boards, the boards are to give you their recommendations of all those that applied. It's in the ordinance. The board,
The bylaws, you mean?
it states that the council will take the recommendations or consider seriously the recommendations of those boards.
So
And that's at their meetings, they'll generate their recommendations.
some of the boards need applicants in order to have a meeting.
Say it again.
I know some of the boards need applicants to be appointed to have a meeting. I know, I believe Dennis Doyen, I'm sorry, I hope if I said his name correctly, wrote that the Parks Board was his second choice. So since they have an alternate available, can we appoint him to that tonight? I don't know if that's a question for Mr. Page,
Well, this is what's on the agenda.
but his name is there, so that's why I'm asking.
I understand. This is what's on the agenda. Let's please stick with the
And
agenda.
they're on the odd years as well,
Yeah.
the Library Board and the Parks Board?
They have the odd years. That's what we're feeling is odd years.
So are we allowed to appoint one of the applicants to a board?
When that agenda item is presented to you, yes.
So I can make a motion?
When
To
it's
appoint-
presented to you.
Oh, okay, so we
Library
can't-
Board is not presented here
So
tonight.
Library and Parks Board are going to come at the next meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
And if they can't meet because they don't have a quorum, how does that work?
Well, they are not limited by their available membership. It might be that they don't show up, but they have enough members. The HCEDC Type B is the only ones that don't, any of all the boards that don't have enough members.
I believe the Parks Board is also, I don't know if anybody's here from the Parks Board, no. They didn't have a quorum last meeting because only 2 members were able to, or it showed up.
That showed up.
And I thought that they had vacancies.
Okay.
So if
We'll
I'm
wo-
incorrect, I just double check on that
I
for me,
promise
please.
we'll work through that with them.
Okay.
We'll find a way.
For them
if
to
that
meet.
is exactly the case. But we'll find a way, and they'll be brought to you on, it should be the October 6th meeting for those appointments.
Because they'll meet Wednesday, no, they won't meet Wednesday. Would they meet the second or
In
the
that
third?
case, if there exists a situation in that those boards cannot produce a quorum for whatever the reason, then you'll make those appointments without their input.
Okay, so, perfect. So they meet the third or the second Wednesday of the month, the Parks Board?
Eh,
Okay, so
Yeah.
then,
It's coming up,
so
I believe.
then we'll meet in October before they have a chance to meet, I guess is my point, because they'll meet the 8th. Okay, so we should get it on the 20th then,
Okay.
assuming they can have a meeting on the 8th, but you're going to look into that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Our volunteers are being represented.
Say it again. Volunteer what?
I said I appreciate that our volunteers are being represented. We appreciate
Yes.
their work and the
Yes.
time that they give to be on these boards with no pay. So thank y'all.
All right, I'd like to call for a 5-minute recess, and So it is 9. I recess at 9 p.m. I'll see you back here at 9:05. I'd like to call the council meeting back to order. All the council members are present. It is 9:08 p.m. We're on item D, discuss, consider, act approving ordinance to authorize the hiring of crossing guards. You bring up the presentation. It has been noted, and this started actually with Ashmore Farms interacting, well, actually a member of the HOA. But yes, we've grown, and the traffic has gotten, our cup overfloweth, doesn't it? But nonetheless, we need crossing guards now, and this will be for the school children. And yes, municipalities pay for crossing guards. Every city does. And so this proposal is, there are 5 locations, 2 in Laterra. There would be 2 very near the elementary school. There will be 2 located on John Day Road entering into the middle school. And there would be 1 in Ashmore Farms on the, what's the entry into Ashmore Farms? This is a quiz. How well do you know your subdivision? Huh?
Ashmore Place.
That's off of Blue Mountain Road? Okay, Ashmore Place. Blue Mountain. Briarwood. Is it Briarwood? I thought I had a map in here.
That would be Birchwood Lane.
Birchwood Lane, yes. Birchwood Lane and Arbor Lane is where that crossing guard would be. So there's 5 different locations. All right, in this agreement is with the crossing guard company, and if you'll pull the agreement up. Or actually, I say it's not, this is not the agreement, that's the next one. This ordinance gives the city the ability to hire crossing guards. Notice the $78,000, that is referring to the contract that's coming up. Has nothing to do with the ordinance. This ordinance purely gives us the ability to hire crossing guards. Is there any questions on that?
And just to be clear, and with everybody here to understand, these, we're not looking to hire crossing guards as City of Haslet employees.
That's correct.
We're looking just to possibly contract with a company that would manage the crossing guards.
Absolutely, and that's on the next item.
Okay, thank you.
That is on the next item. This ordinance gives us the ability to hire, either through a contractor or direct hire, the ability to provide for crossing guards.
Mayor Halsey?
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to approve an ordinance to authorize the hiring of crossing guards.
Motion is made to approve the ordinance to authorize the hiring of crossing guards. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. All in favor? I'm sorry, I didn't see everybody. Okay, it's unanimous.
And I'll just point out
5-0.
one other
Thank you.
component. The ordinance also makes it a violation for someone to fail to comply with the order of a crossing guard. So, anybody who drives through it or ignores a crossing guard, they could be issued a citation for doing so. And so that's another big component of this moving forward.
But the crossing guards are not going to issue citations.
Correct. Crossing guards are not authorized to issue citations.
They will chase you down. All right. Okay. 9E, discuss, consider, act on approving and authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement for crossing guard services to provide 5 crossing guards at city-defined locations. If you would open, okay, here's the map. There's the map. Okay, if you zoom out, if you can zoom out. Okay, Zoom up on Ashmore Farms, that's the very bottom one, right there. There's Ashmore Farms, you can see where that crossing guard would be for that intersection of Briarwood and Ashmore Place. And Arbor Lane, excuse me. Over here in La Terra, top left, there, the yellow dots, that's the 4 locations for those crossing guards. Now, as time goes on, if we need more, yes, we can provide that. Now, this agreement is with the, I believe it's the Municipal Services Company. If you will pull the agreement up now. The third one down. No, it was the second one. Excuse me. Scroll down. Okay, right here. The agreement for crossing guards, they have their incorporated name is All City Management Services Incorporated. They're headquartered in California, but they are also known as the Crossing Guard Company. Now, this is the same firm that the city of Fort Worth utilizes. That's how I got this reference. And city of Fort Worth provides, through this company, 14 independent school districts, which includes Northwest ISD. So these people already know the Northwest ISD school schedules. And so this is it's a very good company. They'll provide these 5 crossing guards. And at the 5 locations, that's morning and afternoon. I believe it is for $78,000. How much is that stipulated down here in the contract? Hold on. $78,273. Now, this is based on an hourly rate, so it was, it can go up or down. Understand that. If I noticed that at the Worthington Middle Schools, particularly John Day, let's take John Day Road as an example. We have 2 locations on John Day Road. Well, there could be children walking from the east side of John Day Road. They go to Haslet Elementary. There could also be children from the west side of John Day Road walking to the middle school. Those 2 schools have different school hours. So for those 2 school zones that programmed maybe an hour and a half stay for a crossing guard, might go to 2.5 hours just to cover those overlapping times. So understand it can go up or down of the $78,273, and but this is the agreement. They provide all the training. They comply with all state regulations. And Mr. Page, he reviewed this contract. Any comments you'd like to make?
No, it's been approved to form, so, and everything's in compliance with the ordinance that you all adopted, and so if you were to approve this, then we would be contracting with this agency to provide the necessary crossing guards.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
is this contract renewable annually? Is it ongoing? How does that work?
It's renewable annually.
So sometime in the summer so that the crossing guards will be available for the first day of school?
They'll break during the summer,
Right.
and we would renew to go to the first day of school.
Thank you.
When does this take an effect? Will they start like next week or?
Once I notify them in the morning, should you approve this evening, I'll notify them in the morning. I'll sign this and send them a PDF of that executed agreement, and I'll have to wait for them to tell us when they'll start.
Mr. Mayor, I call the question.
Pardon?
I call the question.
Question is called, so it's been motioned and seconded. All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you, council. 9F, discuss, consider, and act on hiring outside counsel to investigate allegations of misconduct made at the August 4, 2025 City Council meeting relating to the proposed conveyance of HCDEC property located at 210 Main Street, and authorizing the Director of Finance to serve as the staff liaisons for said investigation. In short, what this is, an allegation was made by the HCEDC president, Kitty Wirtz, that myself, Jeremy Page, our city attorney, and Pastor John Slinker were working in collusion to get a sweetheart deal for the sale of 210 Main Street for the church. And I recommended verbally to the board, to the members of HCEDC, I said, if that in fact is true, and you really think that, then you need to have an independent investigation of me, the pastor, and whoever you think was related to that. But they never did that. But that rumor is still out there. And in fact, at the last meeting, a member was removed from that board, in part because that person revealed that information to me. So I'm calling on the council to have an independent investigation of that allegation and clear the air. And let that independent investigation turn up what they may. You should do that. It's your responsibility. That is a serious accusation that I, the city attorney, and anybody else would be working in collusion. So, Mr. Page, you have anything to say to that? So this would authorize, you approving this would authorize that, and Marcy Lamb, our finance director, though because Mr. Page, our city attorney, is party to this allegation, he would not be able to participate in any manner, and that Ms. Lamb would find that independent firm and bring that back to you for your approval and let them commence their investigation. That's what this is. And I called this on myself.
Okay, that you answered my question, because it would seem premature without having a cost or having a firm. So I make a motion to continue this item to the October 6th meeting when we have the cost and the firm selected.
Well, I don't think you're going to get a cost because they can give you an hourly rate.
Okay, an hourly rate then.
They're not going to say we can do this in 5 hours.
So an estimated cost and where the funds are coming and where the funds are coming from.
It'd be contingency.
Okay. So that's my motion.
All right, so the motion is made to continue this item for the October 6th meeting when we can locate a firm who will provide an hourly rate, as well as possibly how long this investigation may take, and that you could come up with some sum, and that identifying the source of funds, which would be contingency. Is there a second?
Mayor Halsey, I'll second.
There is a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Very good. Nine C is, G. 9G, reconsideration of ordinance number 014-2025, approving and adopting the budget for fiscal year October 1, 2025 to September 30, 2026. If you would open up that PDF on that item, and if you would open up the mayor's objection. I submitted this objection letter, what is 3 or 4 pages long, and I won't go to read that. All of that was in the packet. It's been out there for almost, for quite some time, 3 weeks at least. And one thing I do want to feel, scroll down one more page, right there at this budget, you did several things to it. One is the arbitrary addition of $1.5 million for pay raises and paying for spousal benefits. The budget already included a 6% pay raise for all employees. That was a very generous pay raise. There's nobody out there that works and pays for this that gets a 6% pay raise. It's not a, generally that's not, that is a very good pay raise. To arbitrarily add $1.5 million for that is, I've gotten calls after that meeting of people who have gone back and watched our video from a CFO of a large chief financial officer for a large organization and said his jaw dropped when he heard that. You just don't do those kinds of things. And then also, it's not underwritten by anything. We would use, as proposed, our reserve fund to pay for this at that rate, unless to cover $1.5 million annually, you would have to go up on the property tax for the residents here 38%. That was calculated by myself and Ms. Lamb. We confirmed these numbers. Now, in the previous years, yes, we've been going up on property tax, 7.9%. But this one item would require, in which you would, next year, have to go up 38% just to cover that one item. Rethink that. Rethink that. I want to bring your attention to the highlighted section of 102.007, the second one down. It's item B. There's 2 cases. There's states where you can make a change in the budget. The first one, it says the governing body may make any changes in the budget that it considers warranted by law. Well, that doesn't apply in this budget. Or by the best interest of the municipal taxpayers. Please explain to me and these people out here how adding that 1.5 is in the best interest of the municipal taxpayers.
Mr. Halsey.
Someone, please.
Mr. Halsey, I'd like to respond to that. I know the 1.5 is a placeholder as recommended by you at the budget workshop, so that's where the number came from.
No, it didn't come from me.
Can anybody else up here back me up on that?
I think Councilman Watkins is the one that proposed it. $1.5 million for wages and salaries, or for and benefits.
Okay, I thought you said it. So what I did was I looked
No, it's not a great idea, Mr. Watkins. Why don't you turn on your mic so everybody can hear?
Mr. Halsey, I'm talking right now.
Oh, I tell him that.
So
Yeah, you do.
May I finish speaking?
Please.
So, and to my recollection, the 1.5.
I'm looking at him.
Okay.
He's making
To my
eyes at
recollection,
me.
the 1.5 was given us as a placeholder by the mayor. And what we did with that was look at salaries and possible benefits. I think there's been some confusion with the benefits. What we're looking at is a benefit stipend, where it's a set rate for an employee, not like we're just going to give every employee, family and plus, their employee plus, family. So I've looked at it with 50 employees. If every single one of them uses the $200 stipend, benefit stipend that I've thought of it. That's something we haven't talked about, but this is something that I've kind of come up with. If all of them use that, that would be $10,000 times 12 years is $120,000. If every single employee chooses to use that benefit stipend. What came up at the budget workshop was that a lot of our turnover and a lot of our problems with finding and retaining quality applicants and staff was the benefits were not good. So that's what we came up with. That 1.5 is not going to be spent to that full amount. I know it's a scary number. To me, a scarier is a $2.75 million community garden, which I think you'll talk to that in a minute, and the teaching pavilion. But the 1.5 is not an actual number. It's just recommended from the workshop by the mayor as a placeholder. So that's how.
No, it was not recommended by the mayor as a placeholder, and Ms. Lamb will attest to that. Now, so excuse me, is that, and as stated in this objection is, and then working in conjunction with Ms. Lamb, there was nothing mentioned about a stipend in that budget or in the budget workshop nor this meeting
Right,
where the
that's
budget
correct.
changes were made.
Yes, that's correct. We just put that in there so we would
Is
narrow
that
it down and
there
look at
was a
specific.
stipend mentioned for Ms. Lamb. That's the only place the
May I
stipend is.
please finish talking
May
without being
I
interrupted?
finish?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's the only place the stipend was mentioned in that meeting.
You are correct. So what we've looked at was having that number so we can narrow it down. It's there just in case we need it, which we never thought we'd actually get to that amount. But we wanted to put a number in there that was sufficient enough to cover what we wanted to do.
Well, that's still bad business. I don't care how you couch it, it's bad business. A 6% raise is very good. And to make this claim of a retention or we can't attract good employees, that's not true either. So that is with regard to that. Now, again, I still haven't heard, and I don't think the audience has, how this is considers that this is in the best interest of municipal taxpayer. These people out here pay for this. How many here got a 6% raise? No, it doesn't happen. Not in industry.
Mayor Holsey, I'd like to make a motion to disapprove the reconsideration of ordinance number 014-2025, approving and adopting the budget for fiscal year October 1, 2025 to September 30th, 2026.
Oh, you're premature. We're still doing presentation. I got a public hearing to go through.
Oh, this is a public hearing item?
Yeah, that's right.
Doesn't, I just don't see it written on the agenda is all. That's why I'm asking.
So I was in presentation mode. So we'll go to public hearing. At 9:32 p.m., I open this public hearing. Is there anybody who would like to speak pro or con to this item? Please.
Mayor,
And you have some that are on here as well?
is this you? Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me take the live audience first, then you can read those.
Okay.
If you would approach the podium and state your name and address.
My name is Nicole Ewing. I reside at 225 Bain Road in Haslet. I thank you all for your service. I assume that this job is never easy, so thank you for that. In saying that, I think you have a responsibility to the people that are spending their evening, that are hardworking people just like you are here. You have a responsibility to represent us. And when they come at the last meeting and they say over and over, we do not want this, you all voting for it is not what we want. So you represent us. You don't represent yourself and you don't make unilateral votes. You represent us. So if we say we don't want it, we don't want it. That's how you should be voting. No other way. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience? If you would approach the podium and state your name and address, sir.
My name is Patrick Kennedy. I live at 1411 FM 156. I spent the majority of today like 30 feet in the air on a scaffold. I do that almost 7 days a week. My wife works full time. We've been dealing with cancer for the last 3 or 4 years. And we still don't make enough money to cover all her medical expenses. I feel as council members, each one of you are entitled to fair medical access. But to think that my property taxes will go up as much as it will, which no matter what costs are, I'll work whatever I gotta work, do whatever I gotta do to cover whatever I gotta cover. But to think that you would be entitled or full coverage for you and your spouse would be available for you, the minority, more than it would the majority. When it's coming from the majority, it's like, that's kind of, just explain to me and help me understand how that's fair. Without the big words and the confusing lingo, explain to me in a better way that it's fair. And this is just me alone in my household. I'm pretty sure in Haslet there's many more that won't get up and speak, that are just trying to figure it out. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Is there any others in the audience? All right, there is. Okay. If you'll state your name and your address, please.
Joette Keene, 1410 Poppy Drive, Haslet, Texas. And I actually am only going to speak once, but I'm going to speak to this topic and the next ones on the agenda in my remarks. So thank you for another opportunity to share my thoughts, and I sincerely am committed to continue to speak with you when I have concerns. First, history matters. Some of you on council may not have either lived in Haslet or paid attention some years ago when a previous council and mayor completely disregarded the voice of the community. I know, Councilmember Morrow, you were here, so you know you were part of that council. What happened in the community was interesting. People didn't like not being fairly represented, and a new mayor was elected to represent the citizens' concerns. During the next year, it was clear that the existing council that still remained was adversarial toward many of the needed actions. Just to name a few, we have a city engineer. It was opposed to going out to a firm for a city engineer, even though you heard there were problems when there was a city engineer as an employee, and we needed a firm that had more scope that could handle it. But that was to be delayed moving forward, contracting with that company, even though there were compelling reasons. It was opposed to the mayor assuming leadership role for the city and retiring the city administrator. Ordinances. There was concern expressed, updating city plans and zoning to align, replacing the city attorney with a new firm, even opposing the mayor the opportunity to speak on behalf of Haslet at a Fort Worth meeting to express the concerns about the excessive number of houses that were going to be built on Blue Mountain Road, which actually the mayor went as an individual and got that number reduced. Those were the kinds of things that council, sitting at that time, made difficult during that first year. So if you go back and you listen to those meetings, you would clearly hear the tone. And what alarms me now is that as I listen to this council, I occasionally witness that same underlying adversarial tone and disregard of citizens' input. So tonight, you have an opportunity to recall the voices from the last meeting and the budget meeting before that were absolutely disregarded by each of you sitting up there. So tonight, please listen. Listen to the opposition, the amendments to the budget. You are playing funny money, whether you want to look at it as 1.5 million, but you know, and maybe these people don't know, that city employees currently their benefits are paid 100%. 100%. Whatever figure you want to add to, allow for spousal or family benefits, okay, make it clear. But 1.5 million is ridiculous. It's not sustainable, and even Councilmember Morrow, out of the last meeting, made that comment. That will be figured out later. To the opposition to return to a city administrator, which has proven to be a failure repeatedly in the past, the only council member comment I heard in defense was that the mayor can't do all the work 24/7. And then how can a different role do all the work? It's an illogical argument. Besides the absurd view that the council can collectively manage a person as a city manager reporting to them. So here's the bottom line. If you choose to move forward with the plans you voted on last meeting again tonight, I implore each of you separately, to articulate why. Why are you making the decision? Obviously, I can't, nor anyone here, can obligate you to do so. However, if you can't or won't speak independently onto why you're voting as you are, then I suspect there is no independent thinking, but rather a concerted and coordinated effort to execute your combined wills and remove the opportunity for an elected official to work beside you to govern our city through fiscal responsibility and leadership. What is your goal and what is your why? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in the audience?
Good evening, Mayor. You can start my 3 minutes.
If you would, state your name and address, please.
Joseph
Yeah.
Tower, 1 Odessa Drive. Before we get into the agendas, I want to tell you from my heart that what you did tonight, this morning, tonight, right before we got started, showing the appreciation to your staff and just acknowledging their service was heartwarming. Y'all probably don't realize it. I know these working people back here don't get that kind of recognition. If you're from corporate America, you don't get that anymore. I am still with, the third largest logistics company in this world. You know what I got for my 25th anniversary working with them? An email and a link to an online catalog. Mayor, thank you very much for taking 10 minutes and acknowledging these people. Okay, a little bit about me. Just a short background history. When I was 17, I took an oath. I actually had to convince my parents, because I was under the age of 18, to join the armed services. And at 17, I knew in my heart how much an oath meant. It's a big responsibility. And I know everyone sitting on that council has an oath too, because I went down to City Hall and got your copies. These are your oaths. These are your promises to the state of Texas, to the people of the city of Haslet and its residents, to do your best. So on item 1, the proposed budget that was submitted, I urge you to accept that. It seems to meet all of the obligations for the city, all the requirements for 1 year. It kind of goes along with where we are in this economy, and it doesn't increase a whole lot of tax. On the items 2, or the G and H, the next 2 items, the proposed increase was for pay raises, and I wasn't too sure now if it was for full coverage healthcare. Okay, so it's not. When you were considering healthcare coverage for your 50 employees, did you consider a contributionary healthcare? Because that's pretty much what we're all doing. 25 years with this company, and I'm still paying every month $1,000 every month for healthcare. The last part is really, really hard. This item about appointing a city manager. This, again, is something that was voted on twice by the City of Haslet residents, and was declined. It was voted down. In your oath to this city, there was also a code of conduct that you agreed to. I would like you to stop and just think about those 2 things. Because when I was going through this this information about a city councilman's oath, I came up with something that actually threw up a red flag. I'm going to paraphrase, and I want y'all to listen. This is really important. The city manager is not usually an officer of the city, and it's not required to take an oath. The city manager is an employee and takes its direction only from the city council. We don't want a city manager. That's all I got to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. There is another speaker. You'd state your name and your address, please.
I'm Pamela Cates. I live at 202 Blue Mountain Road East, and I love the traffic that you guys have pushed in front of my house. I love picking up car parts, okay, because they go so fast and they go over the bumps and so on and so forth. So this council needs to take an effect for all those things that it could happen at a certain time. And when you were talking about the bridge and all this other stuff, you've got to take care of your people. Okay, it's important to take care of your people, because what I have out my front door every day is I have a 2-mile line going all the way back, and in the morning it's pretty much the same way. It's just line after line. And believe me, when you try to take your trash out, guess what? They try to hit you. They try to hit you. It's so close to the road to get the trash out. They're not paying attention or doing whatever. It's not safe. So when you're talking about the bridge and making sure that this bridge is connected right and so on and so forth, I think that's very, very important. And so, because somebody should have taken into account that Blue Mound Road East shouldn't have been the thoroughfare from Highway 35 to 287, okay? Somebody should have figured that out, but they didn't. And so now we're stuck with this road that is impossible. That's the first thing. The other thing is that I was on the town council for Trophy Club for 4 years, and I was on the EDC 4B for 10 years, okay? So I've been on the council before, and I have to tell you that we had this person that you want to get, this town manager or whatever. We went through 5 of them in that period of time, 5 of them. They have no history. They don't know what happened to the town, any of that stuff, nothing. So you're going 5 years. And when I looked it up today on how much it was going to cost to get a town person, it can be up to $200,000 a year. And believe me, the economy is not great, and people's property taxes are very high as they are. And so we don't need to be putting in more things that really don't produce anything, because in Trophy Club, everybody became enemies. Everybody was doing little things behind everybody's back, and there was a political thing going on. And I love Trophy Club because I hated Trophy Club after being on the council and all that stuff, because they didn't work together. It was highly political. So what I'm inviting you guys to do is to start looking on how you can get along with each other and do things that are mutually benefit, that you can actually say that you did something. Make this town a good town. Don't make it to where you get to the point at the end of when you're council and go, I'm getting out of here because this place sucks. Okay? So that's all I can say.
Thank you. Is there any others in the audience? All right, is there any online?
No, sir.
There is none online. Okay, now if you would go those who have filled out, and I assume all of those have already spoke
On this item, yes.
on this item, and then you have some that were a request to be read.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. I would like this email to be read at tonight's meeting following the minutes at the appropriate time. Dear Mayor Holsey and the City Council members, I respectfully oppose the consideration of ordinance number 14, 2025. The budget was already reviewed, approved, and reflects the needs of our community. Reopening this discussion can delay, disrupt, and call for unnecessary planning for the fiscal year of 2025-2026. As a community member for over 26 years, I can say that Haslet has changed and we are no longer as rural as in years past. To me, a farmer's market would be a place for our citizens to market their goods. I am not sure if we would have enough participation to sustain it. If the farmer's market is a topic that is under reconsideration because of the mayor's objection of ordinance number 14, 2025, I am opposed to the building of the market. I do not recall a survey of the citizens asking if they would like a $2.75 million facility to be built. For a project of this monetary size, I think that all citizens would have input on how our money will be spent, not just a few that think it would be, quotations, a great idea. The city should be putting this kind of money back to the employees, infrastructure, and other city improvements. Please uphold the adopted budget and vote against reconsideration. Sincerely, Rhonda Newkirk, 201 Ashmore Place, Haslet, Texas. Good morning. I would like this email to be read into the minutes of the 9/15/2025 meeting at the appropriate agenda time. Dear Mayor Holsey and the City Council members, I respectfully oppose the reconsideration of ordinance number 14, 2025. The budget was already reviewed, approved, and reflects the needs of our community. Reopening this discussion creates unnecessary delays and disrupts planning for the upcoming year. Haslet does not need a $2.75 million farmers market. I believe our city workers deserve their raises and added benefits from the already approved budget. Our focus should be on improving Haslet, and that should start with our infrastructure. Please uphold the adopted budget and vote against reconsideration. Sincerely, Mike Walling, 228 Berry Drive. On item 9G, the budget, Joe Kennedy. I am against a community garden. The landscaping throughout the city along the roads should be improved first. That would have a much greater impact. This is Dr. Joe Kennedy. It does not list his address on item 9G. Item 9G, Trey Ruzick. Hi, my name is Trey Ruzick. I live on 300 Tamiami Trail. I want this read in the meeting, please. I also vote against adding a community garden as there are more pressing matters needed, addressed, and funded in Haslet currently that these funds can go towards. Thank you. On item 9G, dear Mayor Halsey and City Council members, I hope this finds you well. I am writing as a resident of Haslet to express my concerns regarding the funding of the proposed community teaching garden facilities and farmers market pavilion. While I appreciate the vision behind this project and agree that it could offer cultural and educational benefits to our community, I believe this is not the right time to move forward with funding. My concerns are as follows. Fiscal responsibility and sustainability. The $1.5 million in additional recurring costs for employee pay and benefits already place a strain on the city's reserves and general fund. Adding a new capital project with its own ongoing operating and maintenance costs could further deplete reserves in less than 3 years if revenues are not increased. This exposes the city to the risk of tax increases, service reductions, or deferred capital improvements in the future. 2, opportunity cost. Directing funds toward the garden facility means less money is available for pressing priorities such as road maintenance, water and sewer projects, and other core infrastructure needs that directly affect all residents. The city engineer has already identified major street projects that will require attention in the near future, and postponing those repairs could increase future costs. Alignment with taxpayer priorities. Public feedback at the budget hearing overwhelmingly supported adopting your more fiscally conservative proposed budget. Moving forward with a non-essential project in this environment risks going against the expressed wishes of taxpayers and residents. 4, timing and long-term commitments. With the loss of federal community development block grant funding, it may be more prudent to delay this project until sustainable funding sources can be secured. Building now commits the city to future operational costs without a guaranteed revenue stream to support them. In summary, while I support the long-term goal of adding community amenities, I respectfully urge the city to postpone funding this project until the financial outlook is more stable and core infrastructure and service obligations are fully secured. And that is all on item 9G.
Very good. All right, so there, again, confirming there's no one online?
No, sir, not that I've.
And
sorry.
Say it
Excuse
again?
me. The last letter was from Ian Myers, 207 Tamiami Trail.
Okay. All right, and there's no one in the audience? All right, then I close the public hearing at 9:56 p.m. on this item. So, council, it's to you.
Mayor Halsey, I'd like to make a motion to disapprove reconsideration of ordinance number 014-2025, approving and adopting the budget for fiscal year October 1, 2025 to September 30th, 2026.
Okay, your motion is to deny reconsideration. I think it may be more appropriate is to, hold on, I know what you're thinking, that's why I'm saying it, is that you approve or disapprove ordinance number 014-205.
We don't disapprove the reconsideration, we just reapprove?
You approve or disapprove?
You approve the ordinance as originally approved at the August 18th meeting.
Right. Well, Mayor Halsey, I'd like to amend my motion to reapprove the ordinance as of the August 18th meeting.
Oh, you don't even have to say that, Mr. Page. You can just say, I move to approve ordinance number 014-2025. It's straightforward, it's simple. That's what you're doing.
Mayor Halsey, I
Yes.
would like to make a motion to approve ordinance number 014-2025.
Motion is made to approve ordinance 014-2025. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. Is there any discussion? You going to discuss this ordinance at all? You going to just approve it? And that's what happened last time. There was no discussion about this. All right, I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
You got your hand up, Mr. Watkins?
Said aye.
All right, it's unanimous. There goes representing the people.
I was represented, so thank you, City Council. Thank
That's because y'all are related to us.
All right, item 9H, reconsideration of ordinance number 015-2025, ratifying the ad valorem property tax revenue tax rate reflected in the adopted fiscal budget October 1, 2025 to September 30, 2026 annual budget, the presentation, and then we'll have a public hearing. Then it will go to you. With regard to the presentation, you know, I can understand, council, you'd like to, the original budget and the tax rate that I proposed, it was based on the no new revenue, but adding our debt payment to it. But it was virtually, I think it was pennies on any tax increase. I don't recall the exact amount. Do you, Ms. Lamb? Ms. Lamb is our financial director. She has those numbers in her head. Anyway, I'll continue on while she's looking at a number, a dollar anyway. Last year's tax rate was 35 cents on the 100. So, but the tax rate, if you understand, it's all about algebra, but it came down to 31 cents on the 100 and some change. But we're not asking for more taxes. That's the bottom line, is taxes. Were they going up or down? And I, and commend the council. They want to further reduce the taxes, which is admirable. But here's a problem. And this happened for more than 15 years. It can be, and sometimes is, a bragging point to keep your taxes low, the lowest of all. And Haslet had historically been the lowest of all around in North Texas. But what we've discovered with the advent of approving all the 7 subdivisions that did since starting in 2018 is that there was no financial wherewithal to build the $17 million worth of infrastructure we had to have in water lines and sewer lines and the pumps and pumping. And we had to go borrow that money. This is a fact. You can keep your taxes too low, too long, to your detriment. And that happened to Haslet. But over the last 4 years, we have worked our way out of it, thanks to the various different councils that we've had, to help bring that up and address the actual minimum requirements that we've had to have a good operating water system and sewer systems. And we got a long way to go on roads. I know that. We all do. But the council's proposed budget or tax rate, it eliminates possible $330,000 a year for our reserve. And it takes many, many years, over years, to accumulate money in that reserve. That's after we pay all the bills and employees and projects that we got planned. Then there's money left over called a reserve. Well, let alone this $1.5 million, the only place they were going to fund that was out of our reserve, and it would deplete that reserve in less than 3 years. But also decreasing this, our I'll say savings capability by $300,000 a year is significant. And that is what gives us the wherewithal to address future capital projects, water, sewer, roads, et cetera, or vehicles that we need without borrowing the money. But it is a time value thing. It is accumulated over time. When you have to get it all right now, then that's when you got to go get a bond. So as, you know, altruistic as it may be and how you're thinking, well, let's just further decrease taxes, it's really to our detriment to take it down and eliminate that 300,000. So you're going to look for a dollar value, Marcy?
The decrease in the rate from what was proposed is a difference of 1.67 cents in the rate, and it would cause a decrease in dollars of $323,988.
That's the current 29 cent on the 100 proposed. No, I'm talking about the 0.31 that my budget was based on.
Yes. The dollar value that would raise is $6.138,629,000 as opposed to $5.814.
So that's an increase of what?
So the increase of yours is
from last year,
1.67 cents over what the council proposed. I guess I'm not understanding your question then. Or are you talking about from last year's rate to this year's rate?
not the rates. How about the dollars over, you know, what was the increase in the dollar tax, the tax dollars versus proposed? I know that the council proposed it decreases our revenue by $330,000. So
Yes.
what was the mayor's proposed? What did it do? Keep it this.
Well, the mayor's budget would gain $6,138,629.
No.
I guess I'm not understanding.
What's
your
the
question.
difference? Okay, what is the difference? Okay, we had a tax revenue, ad valorem tax revenue last year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then this new tax, or the 0.31 would generate another tax revenue rate, correct? Or tax revenue.
Mm-hmm.
So one's like 6.1 million, and minus last year's was 5.8, 9?
Oh, last year's.
What's that difference?
Okay,
Yeah, what's that difference?
sorry. Yeah, this year's budget, as you propose, would be $5,516,396 for the general fund, and this year's was $5,487. So it's approximately $100,000 more
Okay,
than last year.
approximately $100,000 more than last
Revenue,
year.
yes.
Okay, all right. And that's, so what I'm asking the council to do is, as altruistic it is, decreasing our ability to accumulate that reserve over time is detrimental to us. We're a small city. We're small town Texas. We have small town money. We are conservative. It's the many years of councils having a conservative approach, but to intentionally, in a growth spurt like we are in now, to take that away is not good. It's not. So that ends my presentation. I'd like to open the public hearing now at 10:07 p.m. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak to this, pro or con? Is there anybody online?
No one online that wants to speak. No, sir.
All right. Do you have any items written?
Not on this item.
Okay, then I close the public hearing at 10:08 p.m. All right, council, this is to you.
Yes, Mayor, I had a couple of comments before we I guess, get down to a motion. First off, all right, I'd like to thank everybody that came out to speak. For, against, doesn't matter. You came out. You got involved. What I find interesting about this is the last 3 years that I've been involved, we as a city have raised your taxes to the maximum amount of law allowed by law without calling a vote by the residents. And nobody came out to speak against that. You get that? Nobody came out to speak about us raising this tax rate as high as we could without going to a vote. And that's just 3 years that I'm formally aware of. And yet we got a good room here for a nominal tax increase. I look at this tax increase, actually, I think I'd be in favor of this to keep our coffers down in line. But just remember, last year we also raised your water rates and your sewer rates, and this year we raised your sewer rates. So we talk about tax increases and where's all this tax money coming from? I pay taxes myself. My wife is a retired teacher. Trust me, I learned how to budget. Okay, and I know there's a few other teachers in the room. So taxes to anybody are important. So when we have a nominal bit like this, it kind of makes it interesting when we've had much larger tax increases in the last few years and nobody speaks. So it kind of makes me wonder, where are you coming from? But it's your right as a tax-paying citizen to come to each and every city meeting there is and voice your opinion. I'd say that's what you're obligated to do, so us as the council hears your voice. So that's what we're here for. Now, what we did the last meeting was we chose to reduce the rate back to basically no new taxes. Is that a correct statement, Marcy?
That's correct, the no new revenue tax rate.
And we looked at that, and there was a citizen that spoke last time about we really need to focus on needs and wants of the community. And anybody that budgets a household budget, there's two requirements, not requirements, two things you look at when you're spending money. There's needs and there's wants. And you have to take care of your needs before you go get your wants. To me, if you do it backwards, you can't budget very well. That's where my opinion was, I don't think we need to spend $2.75 million on a farmer's market. That's a want. That's something that if we've got money in the coffers, we're like, we just need something to spend money on, let's go spend it. But I know in Haslet Park and Brentwood, we need roads repaired. And we don't need roads repaired. Mike Anderson's already left, our engineer from Belcher and Associates. We don't need those repaired in 4 and 5 years. Because if you live on Berry Street and you live on Odessa, in 4 and 5 years, you're going to be driving on gravel roads. That's a given. If you're not familiar with those additions, go drive on the roads on the first sections and see for yourself. So that's my point. I look at this on item 9H, and I understand what Mayor and all saying. We have moved our budgeting up, and we do have money in the bank. I'd be okay with keeping this nominal tax increase to keep money flowing right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that's good. And that's what I'm asking. Okay. There were two terms, there is the there's the no new revenue rate. What was the other term?
There is a no new revenue rate, which is a total rate, and then there's the no new revenue M&O rate, which is no new revenue for M&O expenses, maintenance and operations.
So if I could, I'll take 60 seconds here. M&O. Okay, that's maintenance and operation. So the tax rate that I had recommended to support the budget was the no new revenue M&O rate. What that does is establishes a tax rate to generate revenue in conjunction with other revenue sources to pay for the maintenance and operation for the year. And then we add our debt piece on top of it, which is it's about three, how much is 3 point?
It's .032489.
Okay, on top of that. And so that's how the total of 0.31 was come up with.
.31545.
All right. What the council has proposed is on no new revenue. Okay, that is total, where the debt is also considered in that total payment. And there is wherein lies this $330-some thousand reduction over time. And thank you for your support to keep our coffers, so to say, adding to it over time, so we can utilize that to buy and purchase and do projects in the future. And that's all I'm asking the remainder of the council to do. I yield my time here on that. Go ahead. My mic is on.
Not at the top. You have to push it down into the base.
Okay, there's something wrong with the top of it here. I got a defective mic. Okay, it's not. We need to order a new microphone. You know what? I'll use my lapel mic. Very good. Can you hear me? All right. Okay, council.
Mayor Halsey, I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
To approve ordinance number 015-2025.
Motion is made to approve ordinance number 015-2025. Is there a second? There is no second. The motion fails.
I was trying to.
You need to speak up. Like, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
The motion's failed. Would you like to make a motion?
I just wanted a clarification. When he said he wanted to do the motion, which one are we approving? Are we approving the previous tax rate or the new one that you have requested?
The ordinance 015-205 approves the .29 that the council came up with.
Okay, so that's what he was doing a motion for?
Right.
Okay.
So approving number 015-2025 approves the .29 tax rate.
So we need another motion then?
Are you going to make a motion? Who's going to make a motion here?
We need another motion?
We need a motion.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance number 015-2025.
Motion is made to approve ordinance number 015-2025. Is there a second?
I second that.
There is a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. There's 3, 4. Will you put your hand up so I can see, please? No, I was talking to Mr. Gilbert. All right. All 4. Okay, all 4 of the ordinance, the motion. Okay, 1, 2, there's 2, 4. All opposed? Are you abstaining?
I guess I'll vote.
1, 2, 3. Okay, the motion fails. And so the tax rate is 0.31. All right, then. Thank you, council. It's 0.31. What is that number exactly?
0.31545 per
That is
$100 of valuation.
that is the tax rate. Pardon?
So the tax rate is, so we don't have to make a motion to approve it, it just automatically approves?
You
That was my
already said
question.
it 2 meetings ago at 0.315.
I just didn't know that it was official, so I made a motion to approve it as it's listed.
Anyway, you didn't know what? Okay. All right. Let's go to 9I, please. Reconsideration of ordinance number 016-2025, reinstating the office and job duties of the city administrator. So I'm going to make it clear. If you approve ordinance number 016-205, you are reinstating the office and job duties of city administrator. If you vote it down, that means you're rejecting it. You disapprove it. So everybody understand what the item is?
No, I don't, because we didn't vote it down. The motion failed, but we did not vote it down. Right, but I'm talking about the previous one.
I'm talking about item 9I
And I'm
right
talking
now.
about the item we just did. The motion failed, and so I thought there needed to be...
It got voted down.
Correct, failed,
It failed.
voted down. So I thought we had to make a motion to actually approve what was presented. That's
Well,
what I was asking Mr. Page.
you want to say something to that?
Yes. This one is a bit unusual because we have to have very specific types of public hearings and notices if we were to vote on and approve a tax rate above the no new revenue rate. And so the rate that was approved at the last meeting was the no new revenue rate. And at that meeting, though, we had put all the notices together because the proposed tax rate exceeded that. It was less than the amount needed for an election, but it was above the no new revenue rate. For tonight's meeting, because it was just reconsideration of that item, we did not put any notices out that would be required to approve a tax rate over the no new net revenue rate. Yes, Mayor.
It was 2 meetings ago, we adopted 0.3155.
As the proposed tax rate.
That's right. And all the advertisements and notices were placed out for that. So a tax rate up to that point can be approved without notices, et cetera. That's what we informed the council last time, 2 weeks ago, or 2 meetings ago.
Yes, because there was the notice that up to that rate could be adopted at the last meeting.
And that's all this is adopting up that point that was previously approved 2 meetings ago.
I will double check all of that and make sure that we've done the correct protocol on it.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said I will double check everything and make sure that we're doing the correct, and make sure it's
Okay.
approved appropriately.
All right.
Could I ask a question really quick?
So we are on item, I say it again?
Could I ask a question really quick of Mr. Page?
Yes, please.
So,
Can we go into executive session? Can we go into executive
Yes,
session and
yes, sir.
discuss this?
To go into executive session to discuss what?
I make a motion to go into executive session, discuss item 9H.
Well, there's nothing secret here. Why do we need to go into executive session? They've heard everything else so far.
Well, I wanted to get information from the lawyer on clarification. I had a question for the lawyer.
All right, very well. I recess the open session at 10:23 p.m. We'll reconvene in the boardroom and as soon as possible, please.
Test, test. Test, test.
Good evening. I reconvene the open session at 10:45 PM. All the council are present, and we are on item Nine H, reconsideration of ordinance number 015-2025, ratifying ad valorem tax, property tax, revenue and tax rate reflected in the adopted fiscal year October 1, 2025 to September 30, 2026. Yes, the council did vote on that, but what the motion is to approve ordinance number 15-2025, and that failed. So a follow-up vote to formally adopt a tax rate and a roll call vote that goes with it is what will be possibly occurring now. Is there a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
I move that the property tax rate be increased by adoption of a tax rate of 0.31545, which is effectively a 5.5% increase in the tax rate.
May I have that so I can repeat it? Motion is made to move or approve a property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.31545, which is effectively a 5.5% increase in the tax rate. Is there a second?
I move to second the
There is a
request
second.
by the mayor.
Is there discussion? Sir, what was that? You moved to second and what?
To second your request.
Oh, understood. All right, it is seconded. Is there any discussion? Now, we will need to do a roll call vote on this. And I will start with place 1, go to place 5. All right, so I call for the vote. All right. Councilman Hordick.
A, yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Councilman Carruthers.
Thank you for remembering my name.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Councilman Watkins.
No.
Councilman Gilbert. Zachary.
Yes.
It's innocent. Mayor Pro Tem Morrow.
No.
All right. There are 3 yays and 2 nays. The motion passes. The tax rate is 0.31545. All right. Thank you, council. All right. Item 9I, consideration of ordinance number 016-2025, reinstating the office and job duties of city administrator. Presentation is not, if you would open the mayor's objection or statement of objections. With regard to this is that this ordinance reads as several fallacies to me. In the ordinance is chief city administrator. You know, in the as the statute defines chief executive officer, what is that role? Well, when you look it up, there's 2 types of duties in government, the government officer, and one is administrative and the other is ministerial. Ministerial duties are things that are prescribed by law. You don't have any choice one way or the other. You just fill in the blank, check the box, and get on down the road. Very much like approving a plat or a site plan, either it's proper work is done on it or it's not. It's yes or a no. That's ministerial, please help me with that pronunciation. Ministerial duties. Administrative duties are quite different. Those give that person the latitude to consider different aspects. There's not a law that says, well, you do this, 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 or a checklist or anything. That's the administrative aspect. And what you're proposing here in this ordinance, you want to hire somebody to make all those decisions. Where the grandest failures in this city have been is because we had hired people analyzing our contracts. The bottom line is city administrator is a city manager wannabe that can't cut the mustard. That's why they're not city managers. They're city administrators. And yes, many cities, 55 cities, 54 of them have city administrators. What's not being told to you, and Brown and Hoffmeister's firm has confirmed with me, yeah, all their cities have city administrators, but they don't tell you about the infighting that occurs in every one of them because of city administrators. Every city has that issue. If you were to ask, here's another aspect, council, it would have been very much appreciated. No one here, concerned about my health and how much work. No one ever called the mayor on this council and asked, Mayor, what do you need? No one did. No one. If you did, raise your hand. What I'm saying, there's not a spirit of working together. And from what I can see, you're resolute against it. Dead set against it, which is disappointing. It breaks my heart. Though I've issued invitation to each one of you, including Mr. Watkins. So, consider that, please. That's for these people out here. We have a responsibility. Who are you? You five are what our legislative body is. You're the legislative body, but you're wanting to be the administrators. And it sounds to me you want to hire somebody to tell, here's what you're going to do and when you're going to do it. Right now, the mayor is independent of you. I am part of that governing body. There's the mayor and the council. The two together is called the governing body. And the state legislature designed that way purposely. They gave you two choices of forms of government, a mayor-council form of government or a city manager-council form of government. I would much rather see this city have a city manager-council form of government than a city administrator. Why is that? Because the city administrator, there's always fighting between that mayor and that council person, or the mayor and that city administrator and also the council person. It is someone, if you have a city administrator, you set policy and they're off and running, but you can't dictate to them like you can this city administrator. If you're interested in the well-being of Haslet, Texas, I'll tell you what I'm open to. A city administrative assistant. There are many ministerial duties I could give that person.
Mayor Halsey, do you not currently have an executive assistant?
I'm not talking about an assistant. Someone who is knowledgeably and trained to some degree. Okay. This assistant that I have is not.
And what did you call it again? I'm sorry. What you would like?
A city administrative assistant.
A city
that would
assistant.
Report to the mayor in keeping with the spirit of state statute. Because
I thought your executive assistant was going to school to be a city administrator, or going to.
Excuse me.
Going to.
Take the executive assistant is
You said they
out.
had they didn't know what they were doing, so I just thought that's what they were going to school for.
No.
I'm sorry.
They do. That's not what I'm talking about. A city administrative assistant.
It's
So-
different than an executive assistant, okay.
Correct. So it's like, what you're thinking is a city administrator. I'm open to hiring someone similar to that reports directly to the mayor.
So doesn't the executive assistant report directly to you? I guess I'm hung up on that, I'm sorry.
You're not catching.
Yeah, and they're going to school to be a city administrator, correct? Or a city manager, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and they're got one semester of a 5-year program
Left.
in their belt.
Oh, good, okay.
So they know nothing.
So,
Yet, yeah, they know nothing yet, okay.
I'm not waiting 5 years. You can't wait 5 years. You don't want to wait a few months. So,
What would
anyway,
the cost of that be?
is, I recommend that you don't, that you honor these peoples, at least, most of them out here, the public. They've all very much told you with regard to that, how they feel. And I don't know that you can point to one thing that is driving this.
Do you have a cost estimate for what a city administrative assistant would, have you looked into that at all? I'm just curious.
No, I haven't.
No, okay.
I'm saying that's just a working position I'd be open to, is having someone that I could assign things to who has the somewhat of experience, but you don't want them running your city themselves.
so you said you're open for a city manager.
No, I'm open for, now, if between a city administrator, I'd rather see you go with where the people out here would have to start it. They would have to get a petition together, submit it to the mayor, and the mayor gives it to the council. We call an election, and then the people vote for that form of government. There's two forms.
Our city's not big enough for a city manager yet. Once we get
Yes,
a little
it
bit bigger,
is.
then we can become
No,
city
it
manager.
is big
Right now,
enough
we're city
right now.
administrator right now.
No, it's big enough for city manager. There's no population
And so
requirements for
once
city
you
manager.
change that form of government to city manager, you have to have an election to abandon it, if that ever happened as well, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
There's no population requirements for city manager.
I think Mr. Mayor, I think the other point of clarification, I think we've gotten back and forth, especially the people that have spoken at the podium, back and forth between administrator and manager. And isn't it true, if you have a city manager style of government, they do report to the council, not the mayor, but the mayor becomes part of the council and you get a vote on the council in that form of government?
That's correct.
Okay, so we would not be going around you and only having them report to the 5 of us. They would now be reporting to the 6 of us.
Right, so in a city manager council form of government, such as the city of Fort Worth, they are a city manager council form of government. The mayor is part of the city council. The mayor carries no prescribed powers by the state. But that's correct.
One more
yes.
quick question about that. If we went to that style of government, we would need to add a councilman to get back to an odd number, wouldn't we?
No.
It's okay to have
Now,
6?
I'd have to check. It probably is the mayor, again, would only vote in case of a tie.
No, I think you have a full.
Even under a city manager council form of government.
I thought you had a full vote.
Huh?
I thought you had a full vote in the city manager
Not
style.
necessarily. No.
Okay.
No.
Just whatever the
And
charter
that-
says.
And that, it wouldn't be any different than it is right now.
Just whatever the charter says.
Ours
we did that.
is state law. So right now,
Well,
whether it's city manager or not, the mayor would not vote
Okay.
under a type A local government.
But we
can
could
have
do a charter.
Type A local government and have city manager.
But we could do a charter, right? At one to reach 5,000, I think it is.
Yeah, if we want to spend $100,000 to write one, and it's not any more than what our charter by call of the state constitution right now is effectively the general law as described by the statute. And that's why they call us a general law city, because we're under statute. So we're getting a little off base here. So I think we left it in that I was saying no one here has called me, to what do you need? What do we need to run our city effectively? Well, it's being run effective now. There's things that you as council people don't like. Some of it, you know, having someone who can help with some of these ministerial duties would help. It's not going to provide an answer to everything that you want. There's some things like we can't divulge developments that are purely in a proposal phase where we would violate confidentiality. We can't do that. I don't care what form of government or who you got. That just can't happen. It won't happen. There are certain things we can say in executive session we can report on. That won't change. I work quite often with Jeremy Page and tell him, put on your thinking hat and get creative on how I can tell this council these things that they want to know, because I'm getting beat up. There's got to be a way. But what I have responded to you is, after working in as closely as I can, what we can, is law. It's governed by law, and I'm choosing to respect the law. I could say, to heck with it. Turn my head and go in that council, that chambers back there, and spill my guts. But I'm not going to do that. I respect the law. If we don't respect it, we haven't got anything, okay? That's where I'm coming from, and nothing deliberate, nothing personal. But I'd love to. But the law, the general law, says we can't own certain items. Now, I have, so I'm going to get back to where we were. I would be open to hiring an assistant city administrator that reports to the mayor. I can guarantee you no one, and you can ask Mr. Page, I do a far better than average job in reviewing contracts and other documents.
I would agree with that.
Whether it's coming from engineers, sometimes even the city attorney, and other parties, I find things that others don't. And I'm looking for things that are either not in favor or, you know, of our city, but also identifying this document, this contract's got to be in favor of the city of Haslet. That's our job, bottom line. Yours and mine. We're fighting like cats and dogs. Nonetheless, I'm open to that. I'm not open for a city administrator to replace the mayor. And that's your objective. I am open to, if it's done properly, a city manager, council form of government. Long term, that is probably the best solution. Not a city administrator. You won't be happy with it. You have had 4 of them in the history of Haslet, and every one of them failed miserably. The latest one has got you approximately $7 million worth of concrete road that fell apart in a heartbeat.
Mr.
And you're
Halsey.
saying it's about to turn to rubble.
Mr. Halsey.
And I think, excuse me.
No, you're fine.
And anyway, I'll turn it over to you now, council. That's the end of the presentation. So a public hearing. I open the public hearing here at 11:05 p.m. Is there anybody who wants to speak to that? And it's on the topic of city administrator.
Sandra Smith, 300 Street. I get up here knowing that the council really doesn't give two flips about what I'm about to say, because I've watched person after person after person come forward, and I'm confused why y'all decided to serve. Now, I think I know why one or two of you do, because just, you know, like pushing people around, mocking people, laughing, you know, looking at people like you smell something bad. I've watched your faces, and I don't know if you know this, but for a decade, I have watched every single meeting that has been put online, with every single committee. And I'm embarrassed about what I see. Now, for me, I come from a world, the corporate world, where we had 20-something thousand people in one facility at one time. And I worked my way up and worked really hard for 34 years. And I retired up here, and the things that I've gone through up here in Old Town is shameful. And the things y'all focus on, like being in the Chamber of Commerce, when you can't even make sure properties are cleaned up and suitable to live next to, it's shameful. But I know with your zeal, you want a city administrator. And I can tell you right here and now, there's a lot of things I oppose Mayor Halsey on. But as an individual, as a mayor, he's helped me more than any one of y'all. Now, has he helped me with everything? No. But he has helped me. And I can tell you this, we had our last city administrator, that guy was paralyzed. He was paralyzed because he knew he couldn't make everybody on the council happy. And trust me, I talked to him. Every one of you know, well, maybe not you, I voted for you, know that I'm very involved. I watch everything because I have to. Self-preservation. It's not safe for me living here in Old Town. And it's upsetting to me to see y'all squabble about stupid stuff. In my opinion, it's stupid. Because you have real lives with real concerns, with real financial issues and real safety issues. And frankly, I think a city administrator is a mistake. Because the way y'all act, there's no way a city administrator can succeed. For 16 years, I represented, on average, about 100 people's issues at work. I was in charge of them. Their livelihoods were in my hands. And I would be horrified to think I would have to deal with any one of y'all. I'll take him any day. Because he sticks to the facts, he sticks to the issue, but I don't always agree with him. But I can tell you this, I don't trust y'all. The things y'all done to me as a citizen, Haslet, either directly or indirectly, is terrible. But my goodness, let's go put $300,000 or $400,000 more into the park so we can accommodate the citizens of Fort Worth and the drug dealers who like to run it around. But I oppose city administrator.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience which is to speak, pro or con?
I would just like to reiterate, I'd like to hear why the person up there thinks the city administrator is the best choice. I'd like to hear each one of these people articulate their rationale.
All right, during this public hearing, they probably not going to do that. They are free when they get into discussion if they chose to do so. All right, is there anybody online?
No.
Do you have any written comments or write-ins?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed with that.
Mr. Joe Kennedy, I spoke earlier on a different item, but on this one, he says, I am in support of hiring a city manager. Trey Ruzick, 300 Tamiami Trail. I am in support of hiring a city administrator to help ensure the day-to-day operations are managed by a professional, allowing the mayor to spend more time building relationships and support for larger scope items. Shanna Cargill, I'm sorry. My name is Shanna Cargill, and I live at 211 Tamiami Trail here in Haslet. Although I wasn't able to attend the last council meeting due to prior commitments, I wanted to share my thoughts on the council's decision to move forward with hiring a city administrator. As a resident of Haslet for over a decade, I've witnessed firsthand the growth and transformation happening in and around our community. Change can be challenging, especially when it affects the character and place of the place we call home. But growth is no longer a distant possibility, it's our present reality. We are part of a larger regional shift, and it's important that we approach this moment with intention and unity. I believe many of us share a common desire to preserve the unique qualities of Haslet, including our lot sizes and open spaces. At the same time, we have opportunities to strengthen our community by pursuing grants, attracting responsible businesses, and expanding our tax base in ways that reflect our values and improve our infrastructure, widening or expanding roads. That's why I'm grateful to the City Council for taking a proactive step by approving the hiring of a city administrator. With the right support and empowerment, this role can be a valuable asset in helping us navigate growth while staying true to what makes Haslet special. I also want to take a moment to thank our mayor and city council members. I know your roles are often demanding and underappreciated, but your leadership matters. Thank you for your commitment to moving Haslet forward thoughtfully and responsibly by hiring a city administrator. Shanna Cargill. Ryan Arthur, 259 Broadmoor Drive, Haslet, Texas. Dear members of the Haslet City Council, I'm writing to express my strong support for the creation of a town administrator position in the city of Haslet. As our community continues to grow and face increasingly complex challenges, the need for professional, consistent, and centralized administrative leadership has become both clear and urgent. Currently, many of the day-to-day responsibilities of town management are divided among part-time elected officials or various department heads. While these individuals serve with dedication, the lack of a centralized full-time administrative role can result in inefficiencies, inconsistent communication, and missed opportunities for long-term planning coordination. A town administrator would provide professional management and oversight of daily municipal operations, support the select board by researching policy, preparing reports, and implementing decisions effectively, improve coordination among town departments, boards, and committees, enhance transparency and accountability, offering a clear point of contact for both residents and staff, pursue grants and manage budgets with a long-term strategic perspective. This is not about removing authority from elected officials, but rather about empowering them with professional support to better serve the city of Haslet. Many comparable communities have already adopted this model and are seeing the benefits of stronger leadership and more efficient governance. I respectfully urge the board and the community to move forward with the establishment of this position. It is a necessary and forward-thinking step for the city of Haslet, one that will strengthen our town's operations and improve service delivery to all residents. I would also like to voice, missed this one earlier, I would like to voice my opposition to the proposed community garden and $1.5 million in undetermined funds to be utilized for employee benefits. The community garden is not needed and will incur ongoing costs and maintenance. This would provide limited public benefits, serving a very small portion of the residents. In construction with the costs and maintenance, we cannot forget about the liability and constant oversight that would be required for a program such as this. The rest of this is regarding the budget item still.
All right, so you've read the aspect with the city administrator. That's the important piece. All right, is there any others?
Yes.
On city administrators.
Yes. Dustin Tuomi, Tuomey. As a newer resident of the city of Haslet, I'm writing to voice my approval of the proposed adding of a city administrator position. I've been a resident for a little over a year, and several issues concern me in relation to how the city has been managed. It is clear that infrastructure changes have been needed for some time and have been repeatedly put off for one reason or another. Traffic on major north, south, and east-west thoroughfares such as 156 and Bonds Ranch are beyond what any resident of this city should have to endure on a daily basis. How neither of these roads haven't been widened is beyond understanding. There's been too much rapid commercial and now residential development for those roads to functionally service the daily vehicle volume they receive. Recently, painted sections to 156 have been added in front of subdivision and even the town's own fire station, with the hope of allowing residents to be able to safely enter or exit entrances of their neighborhoods, and fire/emergency apparatus to be able to respond in a timely manner. I think everyone knows these are temporary and insufficient. New administrative and managerial strategic thinking is needed to help the city grow in a more healthy and serviceable way for its residents. Thank you. C.J. Laird, Mayor, members of this Haslet City Council, and citizens of Haslet, I'm writing to express my full support for the hiring of a city administrator. As our community continues to grow, it's more important than ever to have a qualified professional individual in place to help guide and manage that growth. A city administrator would bring the expertise needed to present all available options to the council, particularly in matters of public safety, infrastructure, and maintaining a productive, well-functioning city. In addition, having a central point of leadership to oversee city boards, manage the budget responsibly, and coordinate communication with outside organizations such as TxDOT, the Metroport Chamber, and prospective businesses would be a tremendous asset to Haslet. It would help ensure that the city remains a safe, attractive, and efficient place to live and work. Thank you for your time and consideration on this important matter. I appreciate your service to our community and your continued efforts to help Haslet thrive. I also appreciate your tenacity and continued support to keep the cities of Haslet your first priority in making decisions. Please read this email into record during the meeting minutes, September 15, 2025. Thank you, Cindy Laird, 219 Main Street. Good morning. I would like this email to be read into the minutes of the 9/15/25 meeting at the appropriate agenda time. Dear Mayor Halsey and the City Council members, I am writing to oppose the reconsideration of ordinance number 16/2025 regarding the city administrator position. This ordinance was already approved by the City Council on August 18, 2025, following due process and deliberation. Revisiting this decision undermines the stability and consistency our city government needs to function effectively. The adopted ordinance should stand so that staff and council can focus on serving the community rather than revisiting resolved issues. It is my opinion that Mayor Halsey currently has too many tasks, projects, and decisions under his purview. It appears that he refuses to focus on the needs of both the city and the citizens, and rather uses his position to further his own agenda. It is to this point that I believe a city administrator is needed to ensure the citizens of the city of Haslet are truly looked out for. Mayor Halsey has done more harm to this city than good. It is known that Mayor Halsey is actively attempting to reopen the matter of a budget that has already been voted on. I would also like to raise some capacity concerns, as there have been multiple occasions during council meetings where Mayor Halsey struggles to remember the names of the council members, even though there are nameplates directly in front of them. A city administrator would help assist an already struggling Mayor Halsey, who needs to have his influence lowered and his overreaching stopped. I urge you to vote against reconsideration and uphold the ordinance previously adopted. Thank you all for your service and commitment to Haslet. Sincerely, Mike Walling, 228 Berry Street. Good afternoon. I would like this email to be read at tonight's meeting following the minutes at the appropriate time. Dear Mayor Halsey and the city council members, I am writing to oppose the reconsideration of ordinance number 16, 2025 regarding the city administrator position. This ordinance was already approved by the council on August 18th, 2025, following due process and deliberation. Revisiting this decision undermines the stability and consistency our city government needs to function effectively. The adopted ordinance should stand so that staff and council can focus on serving the community rather than revisiting resolved issues. I urge you to vote against reconsideration and uphold the ordinance previously adopted. Thank you all for your service and commitment to the city of Haslet. Sincerely, Rhonda Newkirk, 201 Ashmore Place.
Does that conclude all the write-ins? And just to confirm, there's none online
No one online.
and no one in the audience. Very good. Okay, I close the public hearing at 11:21 p.m. All right, council, it's to you.
Mayor Halsey, I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance number 016-2025.
Motion is made to approve ordinance number 016-2025. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. Any discussion? All
I
in
just wanted
favor?
to make one
Yes.
note. Just, you mentioned earlier that the road failures at Verona Drive Street were due to the last city administrator, and he was released 2 years prior, or 6 months prior to that. So I just feel like that needed to be cleared up on his behalf. 7/18/22 eliminated administrator position, and final plat was January 20th, 2023. So that one can't be blamed on
Well,
him.
as the plat doesn't have anything to do when
So-
the road was built and accepted
Just
by
wanted
the
to-
city.
Just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, but it was still under his purview. Very good.
Yes, Mayor, I got a comment in relation to this, because over the last few meetings we've had tied to this subject, it's been thrown out, in speakers and notes you've written, that a city administrator is illegal, against state statute. In here, in your note, I read, the ordinance conflicts with state statute expressed in state government code 22.042. But what I find is in section 22.071, where it says other municipal officers, it says, in addition to the members of the governing body of the municipality, the other officers of the municipality are the secretary, treasurer, assessor, and collector, municipal attorney, marshal, municipal engineer, and the key statement, any other officers or agents authorized by the governing body. So, there's no conflict in the state statutes with the city administrator in our type of government. So I think everybody needs to understand that. So regardless of past notes about it being illegal, conflicts, it's all right here. You can look in subchapter C, section 22.071, in the state statute book, and you provided us all the book, so we do
Sure.
have that. So I do appreciate that.
Yeah, I know that well.
In addition to that, there's been multiple times, the prime example is, like this workshop coming up for the roads. It's a great idea. We're finally having a workshop on the roads. What I find coincidental is this is after, council members, right or wrong, based on, what Jeremy says, can they represent the city or not? They reached out to county commissioners, TxDOT, and got information. And now all of a sudden we're having a workshop on roads. So that's good. But why did it take council members going out on their own to try to move this thing along? One of the big concerns our citizens have is transportation in this town. That's just a known fact. And so we need to try to work with our partners the best we can. Now back to my point about the workshop. This is the second time you've had either a special meeting or a workshop. You don't even reach out to the council members to solicit availability. You schedule it and just expect us to be there. And I will make a note. Some of you may not know, we are all volunteers. Every one of us. The only one that gets paid up on this bench is the mayor. So he gets a yearly stipend. The rest of us volunteer to do this. So the way it should work is a cordial email sent out, here's 3 dates, what's your best availability? Because in a special council meeting, particular special council meeting, workshop, I don't think quorums are needed. Special council meeting, supermajorities are needed. So the proper way would be to request your availability, and then based on responses, schedule a meeting. We happen to stumble on it because we look at the city website and, hey, there's a meeting listed for Wednesday the 17th. Oh, where'd that come from? We had no clue, no notification. So you sit here and talk about, we don't communicate with you, and here again, and I know I've asked Jeremy time and time again, how can you communicate with us? It's a two-way street, so you should be communicating with us to some extent, even on a workshop. Something as minor as that. And I've also asked, a couple times recently, we had budgeted in 24, 25 years to put air conditioners in the freaking fire station. Last year's budget, okay, we're halfway through September, so we got a few days left. And you have yet to provide me any information on when we're going to put new air conditioners in the dang fire station. And we just commemorated Kirt Mays, one of the greatest fire chief we've had in the city of Haslet. Set up a super group, awesome group, but we can't give them the proper air conditioning down there.
I
so
think
it's these type of
you're
things.
talking about air conditioning now. Let's get back to the agenda
Well,
item.
I'm just saying
It has
why-
to do with the
why
city
there-
administrator.
I'm
If you
throwing
could
out
tie
the
it
reasons
into the city
why
administrator,
I have
Doug.
issues with the communication and the work that we get as a council from the mayor. So thank you very
I've
much.
reached out to you. Now, the
I have
workshop,
reached out to you twice, Mayor, and you don't respond back.
you never have. Provide me the email or the phone call.
Did I not ask you during the budget about the air conditioner units at the fire station? Yes or no?
And
Yes or no?
I don't recall if you did or didn't.
See, then you can't remember.
Oh, I
Is that
can't
another
remember.
issue?
You can't remember either.
I do
Now-
know. I specifically asked you. I asked Kirt Mays. He deferred it to you.
The air conditioners?
Yes,
Uh,
specifically.
This agenda item is not on air conditioners right now.
No, it's
So
about your competency
Let's go
as mayor.
back to,
Mayor, it's about the
Respectfully.
competency of the mayor position that we have. That's what.
okay.
Okay, because we can't just say whatever your role is. We need to give examples of why we believe in what we believe in. That's what each one of us, we should be doing. Pick one, council member place 4, they may say, you're doing a great job. Okay, that's great. But we need to provide examples of why we have the beliefs that we have.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Where's my example of incompetency here?
Mayor, can I
Mayor-
call the question?
Well,
Sorry.
Question is called. Motion was made and seconded to approve ordinance number 016-2025. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Motion passes.
But here again, so we bypass the rest of the discussions with council members purely wanting to discuss. So he cut them off. Thank you very much, Mayor.
No, I didn't cut
You
you
did.
off. He called the question. Evidently, you don't understand Robert's rules.
Councilmember Morrow had discussion.
He called the question. And immediately, the vote has to be called. Yes, that's what I was saying.
that's okay.
All right, let's go on to item 10, executive session. There's no need to go into an executive session. We've already done that. No taking any results from the executive session. Here we have listed the future agenda items. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Mayor Halsey, I make a motion to adjourn.
Motion is made to adjourn. Is there a second?
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. Have a good night.
Joette. Joette. I was gonna tell you I was gonna sell it. That's okay, Chris, it really is.